Chapter 953. What a perfect night! The god of war scanned the knight of Harlow's sanctum through the statue. Although the knight of Harlow's sanctum suppressed the fanatical faith, it could not escape the god of war's detection. In the eyes of the god of war, this was a true knight. With fanatical faith and the spirit of sacrificing for his companions, was there a more perfect knight than this? The special talent of fanatical faith had perfectly deceived the god of war. Of course, this was not something that was hard to imagine. The original owner of the talent ability, zealous faith, Bishop Cameron, had used this talent ability to deceive the god of shadows, who was known for his cunning and strange ways when he was still weak. The god of war probably never thought that a knight would use a special talent to deceive him. All the knights in the great world of God existed for the five gods. No matter how deep the faith was, a knight had faith. The fanaticism shown by the knight of Harlow's sanctum was normal in the eyes of the god of war. However, it was not easy to maintain such fanaticism after reaching level 5 of the knight of Harlow's sanctum. The stronger one was, the weaker one's faith was. This was not just a saying. As one's strength increased, one's understanding of power also increased. The more one understood power, the less one feared the gods. Some of the knight of Harlow's sanctum would even complain that the gods did not give them a way to level up. This was also the reason why Chairman Gould risked his life to slay the gods. After reaching level 5, one's fear of the gods would weaken, and so would their faith. The knight of Harlow's sanctum gained the favor of the god of war through the talent of fanatical faith. David did not know this. He only felt that the wave from the statue of the god of war had disappeared, which made him feel relieved. According to his own beliefs, whether it was in his previous life or when he was growing up in the Interstellar Federation, there was no such thing as faith. After arriving at the great world of God, due to his noble status, no one forced him to believe in a god. The soul of the Harlow's sanctum knight was David's soul doppelganger. Naturally, he had no faith. It was hard for him to imagine the consequences of being discovered by the god of war. Knight of Harlow's sanctum, it's my lord's will to invite you here. Bishop McKinley smiled and waved at the knight of Harlow's sanctum. David controlled the Harlow's sanctum knight to fly to the position designated by Bishop McKinley, which was directly opposite the statue of the god of war. Bishop McKinley, may I know why you called me here? David asked, puzzled. Please don't speak. Feel the greatness of God. Bishop McKinley reminded him softly. David controlled the Harlow's sanctum knight to remain silent. He had a feeling that something was about to happen. Sure enough, from the statue of the god of war, a pure white light shot towards the knight of Harlow's sanctum. David resisted the urge to control the knight of Harlow's sanctum to dodge. He tried his best to maintain the status of zealous faith. David did not feel any danger. Instead, he felt the warmth of the pure white light. The pure white light enveloped the knight of Harlow's sanctum. David felt a slight tingling sensation coming from his bones and flesh. Soon, the tingling sensation disappeared. The level 5 knight of Harlow's sanctum had great control over every part of his body. David now realized that the injuries on his bones and body were completely healed in a short period of time. He was sure that this was not the effect of any healing potion, nor was it the effect of undying life force. It was a special energy that forcibly removed the injuries. If it was healing, there would be fluctuations of life energy. However, David felt a vast unknown energy in the pure white light. The pure white light receded. David found that not only were the injuries of the knight of Harlow's sanctum completely healed, but the power of the black dragon blood in his body was also several times purer. This made the strength of the knight of Harlow's sanctum increase by at least a third. What surprised David even more was that in the heart of the knight of Harlow's sanctum, a new energy clone had been created. Only the soul of the knight of Harlow's sanctum was left. It must be known that the energy clone of the knight of Harlow's sanctum had already been destroyed. In addition, Most of the blood power produced by the Knight of Harlow Sanctum had been provided to David's main body. As a result, the amount of level 5 blood power in the heart of the Knight of Harlow Sanctum was far less than the amount needed to create a new energy clone. David originally planned to let the 5 level 5 Knights of Harlow Sanctum practice in the training space for a period of time. The other 8 level 5 Knights of Harlow Sanctum would consume part of their level 5 blood power and transfer it to the bodies of the 5 level 5 Knights of Harlow Sanctum through the blood power purification talent ability to accelerate the creation of energy clones. He didn't expect that the Knight of Harlow Sanctum would no longer need these steps. As long as David used his soul energy to help him split his soul, he could directly use the energy clone again. Congratulations, Knight of Harlow Sanctum. You have received the grace of our Lord. In the future, you must be firm in your faith and become the most loyal Knight of our Lord. Bishop McKinley said to the Knight of Harlow Sanctum with a smile. It was not until now that David understood that this was God's grace. No wonder the strength of the Knight of Harlow Sanctum of Annabella had improved so quickly. It was so easy for the Knights of the Shrines to improve their strength. How could he know that it was not easy to receive God's grace? Originally, the Knight of Harlow Sanctum had been noticed by the god of war. He had shown bravery and fearlessness, risking his life to save his companions. The grace he received was at most to heal his injuries. Many of the actions of the gods were regulated. For example, when a divine grace appeared, as long as a god paid attention to someone's behavior and appreciated it, the god's automatic processing mechanism would inform the temple to prepare for that person to receive the divine grace. During this process, the gods might only pay a little attention, or they might not even pay attention, and the whole process of receiving God's grace would be completed automatically. But today was a little special. The Knight of Harlow Sanctum's fanatical belief had attracted the attention of the god of war. He had discovered the uniqueness of the Knight of Harlow Sanctum. A fanatical believer with a brave and fearless spirit was a role model for knights. Naturally, he would receive more God's grace. The Knight of Harlow Sanctum knelt on one knee in front of the statue of the god of war and performed the most solemn knight's salute. Thank you, great god of war. When the Knight of Harlow Sanctum left the small shrines, Bishop McKinley, who was sending him off, was full of emotion. The Knight of Harlow Sanctum had received the favor of the god of war. No matter what happened in this war, the Knight of Harlow Sanctum would receive a title and a corresponding title. Of course, this would only be bestowed after the war. Now that the war was still going on, it was not suitable to give out reward. Knight of Harlow Sanctum, you've recovered, Speaker Gould exclaimed after seeing the Knight of Harlow Sanctum rejoin the battlefield. Not only Speaker Gould, but all the knights present had seen the process of the Knight of Harlow Sanctum being injured. They knew very well how serious the Knight of Harlow Sanctum had been at that time. In their opinion, there was only one possibility for such an injury to recover in such a short time. The god of war had performed God's grace. Otherwise, the Knight of Harlow Sanctum would not have been able to recover so quickly. Thank you, great god of war. The Knight of Harlow Sanctum did not know whether the god of war was still paying attention. He still maintained his fanatical belief, which made him unconsciously show a pious attitude when he said this sentence. With the confirmation of the Knight of Harlow Sanctum, all the Knights of Harlow Sanctum looked relieved. All the previous worries no longer existed. The belief of countless generations was that as long as God was there, all the problems would be solved. Originally, the god of war had always been there. As long as the god of war participated in the war, they did not have to worry about anything at all. The increase in morale showed on the battlefield. In a short time, the Knight of Harlow Sanctum actually pushed the insect tied out a few meters. Don't underestimate these few meters. This was the first successful counterattack of the Knight of Harlow Sanctum in a long time. Just as the Knight of Harlow Sanctum's fighting spirit was at its peak, the space giant beetle's space energy surged, and a huge space blade appeared behind the circular night battle formation. The space blade was not attacked by the insect tide, and it cut the night battle formation. The space giant beetle's attack was extremely sudden, and its attack did not need to consider the issue of distance at all. It was far away from the portal, and it did not need to move to cover the entire night battle formation within its attack range. The space blade collided with the blood power shield of the night battle formation, and a large amount of blood power was consumed to resist the space blade. It should be noted that most of the blood power of the night battle formation was not left behind, but concentrated in the front where the insect tide was in contact with. Through the blood power shield, most of the insect tide's attack was blocked. The huge space blade was blocked by the blood power shield, and then the second huge space blade appeared, followed by the third and fourth. The night battle formation immediately adjusted. The blood power in the shield was consumed too quickly, and the night quickly replenished it. Finally, the shield of the night battle formation was stabilized. However, the advantage that they had gained before was also due to the instability of the blood power shield, and the night battle formation was pushed back a few meters. The knight's morale, which had just risen, dissipated under the attack of the space giant beetle. "Prepare to charge." Bishop McKinley's voice entered the ears of every knight. This meant that the battle style had changed. They were no longer just defending and not taking the initiative to attack. Without the existence of the small war shrines, the knight would not fight like this. According to the knight's fighting style, they would have charged at the zergs in front of them, even if they were completely surrounded by the zergs. Although the small war shrines gave the knight enough support, they also limited the knight's actions. When facing the zergs, the knight had lost their best fighting style. The knight who charged was the real knight. All the knight's hearts were filled with anger. They wanted to attack, and they did not want to fight like this. At this moment, hearing Bishop McKinley's words, the knight let out a loud roar, and their momentum suddenly rose. Bishop McKinley cast a divine spell, and the light of the divine spell connected the night battle formation with the shrines. The night battle formation was originally created by the knight, and the shrines merged themselves with the night battle formation through divine spells. Charge! Speaker Gould did not want to continue like this, and he shouted. With his shout, all the level 5 knight in front of him burst out, and a huge blood power sword swept out, forcibly cutting a path in the zerg tide. The night battle formation activated the night charge, and used the cut path to start accelerating. For the night charge to be truly powerful, it needed a distance to sprint, so the level 5 knight in front of them increased the consumption of energy to launch a powerful attack. The circular night battle formation was not a good battle formation for charging, but in order to protect the small battle shrines, the night battle formation could only maintain the circular night battle formation. When the circular night battle formation began to charge, the shrines merged with the night battle formation, controlled the small battle shrines to move together with the night battle formation. After a short 10 meters of acceleration, the night battle formation was formed. The blood power formed a huge blade outside the circular night battle formation that enveloped the entire night battle formation. This huge blood power blade plowed through the zerg tide, and the zerg tide was instantly cut open. The night battle formation charged towards the portal. Just as the night battle formation was charging, the level 5 zergs could no longer ignore the night battle formation. The space giant beetle activated hundreds of dimensional traps and densely arranged them in front of the night battle formation. The zergs could not activate the dimensional traps, but as long as the knight stepped on them, they would activate the dimensional teleportation. Remove the traps. The shrines reacted in time and quickly cast a divine spell. In front of the huge blade of the night battle formation, a wave of energy was faster than the night battle formation. It swept through the dimensional traps activated by the space giant beetle, and the dimensional traps exploded one after another. David felt a little strange. If the night battle formation had not been exhausted for a long time, and there were still a lot of level 4 night knights, The effect might have been better if they had used the night charge when the number of level 4 Sky Knights in the battle formation was still high. Now that he was using the Knight's charge, David did not think that the Knight's battle formation would be able to protect the small war temple from getting too close to the spatial door. The 20 level 5 Zergs in front of the portal no longer just watched the battle without participating. The level 5 Zergs with long-range attack abilities used their most powerful level 5 long-range attack to attack the Night battle formation. A dozen or so attacks landed on the huge blade of the Night battle formation. Fire, frost, poison, dimensional energy, sound waves, and so on. Red, white, green, and so on, all kinds of energy bloomed like flowers of different colors when they collided with the huge blade. In the middle of the Zerg tide, a group of exploding black venom ants was released from the internal space of the sonic steel beetle. This group of over 1,000 exploding black venom ants was cut down by the sharp blade of the Night battle formation. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions shook the bloodline power blade of the Night battle formation. The energy chaos caused by the exploding black venom ants and the level 5 Zerg's long-range attacks made the Night battle formation unable to hold on any longer. The blade turned into specks of light and dissipated, and the Night battle formation stopped charging. Chapter 954. Since the Night formation had activated the Knight's charge, the level of the battle had increased exponentially. Originally, the level 5 insectoids were only observing and occasionally making a move, but now they were attacking with all their might. The result was that the Knight's charge was forcibly stopped, and the Night formation was pushed forward by 800 meters. Defend, defend! Chairman Gould ordered loudly. He continuously channeled his blood power into the Night formation to replenish the rapid depletion of the Night formation's blood power. The level 5 Night formation was the same. The long-term defense had depleted too much of their blood power, and this round of depletion made them feel exhausted. Even the divine spells cast by the priests on the small battle shrines could not help them recover. In other words, the level 5 Night formation had reached their limit. Bishop McKinley, we can't hold on any longer. Chairman Gould was in the Night formation, so he could feel the situation of the Night formation. He contacted Bishop McKinley through the communication circle. Chairman Gould, hold on for another 5 minutes. My lord wants to make a move. Bishop McKinley replied softly. Chairman Gould was overjoyed. Finally, the God of War made a move, but then he was worried. If the God of War made a move, would the insectoids have a God-level counterattack? Would the Knights survive in a God-level battlefield? In less than 5 minutes, just as the Night formation could not hold on any longer and many level 4 Sky Knights were severely injured, a golden light suddenly rose from the small battle shrines. My lord, may your kingdom come. May your will be on earth as it is in heaven. The priests chanted loudly with fanatical expressions. On the battlefield in space, the battle seemed to have stopped. The insectoid tide, and even the level 5 insectoids in front of the portal could not move. Their ugly faces were frozen at this moment. The Night formation in the defensive state only felt the pressure suddenly disappear, and then the Night felt a vast aura descending from the void. David felt a familiar holy aura. It was the aura of the God of War, but it was countless times stronger than the one he felt from the statue of the God of War in the temple. Unfortunately, David was not here in his original body, so he could not sense some details as clearly as his original body. After all, his main body had a legend-rank soul, and his perception was much stronger than this body of a temple knight of the 5th rank. Even so, David felt a strange yet familiar power in the vast aura of the night body of Harlow Sanctum. The rules of the world. A thought appeared in his mind. David himself had mastered the law of strength and the law of speed. His mastery of the law of strength was a bit deeper than the law of speed. He could mobilize the law of strength within his soul space and unleash attacks that far exceeded his own strength. Of course, the rule he mastered could not be used in the main world. The world rule triggered by the small war shrines was obviously the rule of the main world, the great world of God. That was why all the insectoids on the battlefield could not move. This power made David's blood boil, because he also had the ability to control the rules. One day, he would be able to use the same power as the god of war. The golden light gathered above the small war shrines, and a golden giant sword took shape. The god of war might not make a move because of the knight's life, but he could not allow the small war shrines to be blasphemed by the insectoids. If the god of war did not make a move, the knight formation would shrink to the limit in a while, and the small war shrines would be exposed outside the knight formation. Although the small war shrines were small, every component of the small war shrines had been baptized by faith for a long time. It contained all the conditions that a war shrine should have. This made the small war shrines also become the tentacles that the god of war extended to the main world. Every shrines were the nodes of the gods in the world. The gods could rely on the shrines to collect faith, and at the same time, the shrines were the stable channels for the gods to perform miracles. Compared to God's descent, where the gods borrowed the bodies of humans to descend to the main world, the shrines could exert the power of the god. God's descent required the gods to descend a part of their soul, and the maximum power was limited by the limits of the human body. The upper limit of the shrine's power was the limit of what the shrines could bear. The materials used in any shrines were the most precious materials in the world. After a long time of baptism of faith, the upper limit of the power they could bear was extremely terrifying. Therefore, no matter how arrogant the evil god's followers were, no evil god's followers dared to go near any shrines in the great world of God. Now, the god of war was using the small war shrines to perform God's punishment. The terrifying power swept across the star field, enveloping the portal and all the insectoids around it. It was not that David had not seen the battle of the gods before. The plague god Gladstone, the incarnation of the Grim Reaper, and the descent of the Annabelle Temple Knight. In just a few years, he had seen more than many strong people in their entire lives. However, the god of war's terrifying god's punishment made the plague god Gladstone look like a baby in front of it. As for the incarnation of the Grim Reaper, it was far inferior. The further I stay away from the shrines, the better, David told himself in his heart. He was glad that he made the choice to let his level 5 Temple Knight join the battle in his place. Although his original body was involved in the war between the insectoid world and the great world of God, he was at the edge of the war, far away from the god. David could not use any standard to define the power of the god. He shared his senses with the black dragon Alexis on the Guardian planet. The black dragon Alexis, who was resting, felt the senses from David. It was first stunned, then shocked. "What a terrifying god's punishment!" The black dragon Alexis mumbled to itself. "How strong is this one?" David wanted to judge the god of war's strength through the black dragon Alexis. This was a rare opportunity. Perhaps after this, he would not know how long it would be before he had the chance to encounter the god of war's punishment again. "Unable to determine," the black dragon Alexis replied in a low voice. It was the first time it had been so helpless. The black dragon Alexis saw David's confusion and continued, "This one triggered the god's punishment through temporary shrines. The strength it displayed is the upper limit of temporary shrines. Unless I fight it face to face, it is impossible to determine its true strength." David was speechless. The little bit of pride he had because of his rapid increase in strength was shattered the moment the strongest being in the world attacked. It turned out that there was such a powerful being in this world. The level 5 insectoids could not even think in the face of such power, let alone fight back. The god of war did not cast the god's punishment quickly. He needed to show the strength of the gods to deepen the people's worship of the god. The golden greatsword cut through the void and slashed in the direction of the portal. As soon as the golden greatsword made this move, The insectoids in the direction of the portal and the level 3 insectoids exploded. The battlefield was empty in an instant. There were only level 4 and level 5 insectoids left on the battlefield. The uncountable number of insectoids had shrunk countless times. The golden greatsword slashed down, and some of the level 4 insectoids' skin cracked. As long as the golden greatsword slashed down, all the insectoids on the battlefield would be wiped out. Just when everyone, including David, thought the war was over, an insectoid limb reached into the great world of God from the 20-meter portal. This insectoid limb had a diameter of about 20 meters, almost reaching the limit of the portal. Through the eyes and senses of a knight from Harlow Sanctum, David could not describe his first feeling when he saw this insectoid limb. This feeling was too special. This insectoid limb seemed to be a natural anomaly and did not fit in with the world. When this insectoid limb moved in, waves of rules appeared on the limb as if trying to stop it from moving. The movement of the insectoid limb was not affected by these waves of rules at all. As the insectoid limb moved, the waves of rules were forcibly broken. David seemed to hear the sound of glass breaking, but this was space. How could he hear that sound? However, he was extremely confident in his senses. There was no way he could hear it wrong. The appearance of the insectoid limb impacted some of the world's rules. This was the reason why David heard the sound. The insectoid limb met the golden greatsword. The thick insectoid limb and the golden greatsword collided with each other. The moment before the collision, David felt that the bodies of the knight from Harlow Sanctum and his other 4 knights were pulled by some kind of force. His body was involuntarily pulled into the space. When he reappeared, he was already in the main hall of the small war shrines. Along with David's 5 Sanctum Knights, all the level 5 Sanctum Knights appeared. No level 4 Sky Knight was pulled in. This was the choice of the God of War. A level 4 Sky Knight was not worthy of his divine power to save. If it were not for the fact that the level 5 Sanctum Knights here were the backbone of the entire great world of God, the God of War would not have absolute confidence in dealing with the insectoid limb that extended out of the world. He would not even bother to save a level 5 Sanctum Knight. The God of War did not expect the God level of the insectoid world to be so strong. His divine punishment was restricted by the small war shrines and could not reach the power of a full blow. However, the God level of the insectoid world forced his body to pass through the world and bear the suppression of the world. Similarly, he could not use his true combat power. The insectoid limb and the golden greatsword collided. The entire world stopped. After just one breath, a terrifying force was produced at the point of collision. Cracks appeared on the golden greatsword. There was no change on the surface of the insectoid limb. It was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The golden greatsword suddenly collapsed. The terrifying force produced by the collision also exploded at the same time. On the battlefield, the level 4 insectoid and the level 4 Sky Knight were directly turned into ashes by the shockwave formed by the terrifying force. Their bodies and souls were destroyed by the terrifying force. Nothing was left. It seemed that the God level of the insectoid world and the God of War had the same thought. The shockwave swept across the level 5 insectoid. A shield that did not match their strength appeared on the level 5 insectoids and blocked the impact of the shockwave. The God of War's battle intent rose. However, he knew very well that he could not fight the God level of the insectoid world to his heart's content with the small war shrines. Without any hesitation, the small war shrines used the internal portal to forcefully open the portal and forcefully teleported the small war shrines from space. The so-called teleportation restriction was not a problem for the gods who ruled the great world of God. The small war shrines disappeared on the other side of the portal. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the planet-level portal of Tula Star. David sensed the teleportation through the Harlow Sanctum night. He only had one thought in his mind. The God of War had lost. This was not only his thought, but also the thought of all the Sanctum Knights present. A belief collapsed in their hearts. The invincible god of war had lost. This was a huge blow to their faith. The god of war could ignore the feelings of these level 5 Sanctum Knights, but the priests in the main world could not ignore them. Everyone, the god level of the insectoid world suddenly appeared. Because these small war shrines could not contain the power of my lord could not destroy the god level of the insectoid world. In order to protect everyone, my lord used his divine power to send everyone back to Tula Star. There are official shrines here, enough for my lord to use his full power. This will be hell for the insectoids, Bishop McKinley announced. The level 5 Sanctum Knights present all had different expressions. Most of the knights believed Bishop McKinley's explanation, but there were also some knights who had doubts. Among the level 4 Sky Knights, many were friends of the Sanctum Knights. They were even close relatives. When danger came, the god of war abandoned them. No one believed that the god of war did not have the power to send all the knights back. Compared to the power needed to fight, the power needed to save a knight was much smaller. The Sanctum Knights looked at each other. 2,000 level 4 Sky Knights had fallen in this war. Most of the level 4 Sky Knights did not die at the hands of the insectoids, but were abandoned by the gods they believed in. This kind of hurt took root in the hearts of some of the Sanctum Knights. Coupled with the various grievances that had accumulated over the years, their faith was shaken. David did not dare to say anything. He did not know if the god of war was still paying attention to this place. He could only let the Sanctum Knights of Harlow maintain their fanatical faith status. Even if he despised the god of war's disregard, he did not show it on his face. All right, everyone, although the recruitment battle has ended, the war with the insectoids still needs you. Please rest and wait for the shrine's orders, Chairman Gould said in a deep voice. His words broke the oppressive atmosphere in the hall. The Sanctum Knights bowed to him and left the hall. Chapter 955. P.S. There was an error in the automatic chapter release. Add this chapter. Harlow's Sanctum Knight, are you going to return to Gammy or stay? Chairman Gould asked the Knight of Harlow's Sanctum with special concern. As subordinates of Lord Arthur, the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights had done their best in the previous battle. Now that their energy avatars had been destroyed, their souls were more or less damaged. Under such circumstances, no one could force them to stay. Most importantly, Lord Arthur was now guarding the border of the great world of God on the Guardian planet. His contribution to the war far exceeded the obligations of a top noble. Chairman Gould, we will stay and obey your orders. The Knight of Harlow's Sanctum replied with a bow. The 4 level 5 Sanctum Knights beside him bowed in unison. Chairman Gould looked at the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights with a touched expression. The meaning of the Harlow Sanctum Knight was clear. They wanted to stay and protect him. From the previous performance of the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights, Chairman Gould already knew what orders the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knights had received. But Chairman Gould did not expect to see 8 level 5 Sanctum Knights waiting for him when he left the small war shrines with the 5 level 5 Sanctum Knight. These 8 are subordinates of Lord Arthur. They are here to obey your orders. The Knight of Harlow's Sanctum introduced. Chairman Gould knew from the intelligence that Lord Arthur had left 8 level 5 Sanctum Knights on Tula, but he did not expect that Lord Arthur would also leave these 8 level 5 Sanctum Knights to obey his orders. With the protection of the 13 level 5 Sanctum Knights, Chairman Gould's safety could be guaranteed as long as he did not intervene in the God-level battle. It was naturally David's arrangement to let the 13 level 5 Sanctum Knights protect Chairman Gould. Since this war was a battle between the Zerg God level and the God of War, it was upgraded to a God level battle. As the leader of the Supreme Council, Chairman Gould had to stay on the front line, which also made his safety threatened by the promotion. David could not come forward to help Chairman Gould, so he could only arrange for the 13 Sanctum Knights. How can there be such a strong body? The black dragon Alexis, who was sitting on David's shoulder, exclaimed after seeing the limb. Could it be that the god-level bug tribe's body is even stronger than the body of a colossal dragon? David asked curiously. David recalled the shock in his heart when he saw the limb. The horror of going against the entire world and crushing the world laws made his hair stand on end. It's not the same. That insectoid's god-tier body has the characteristics of a god-tier body, and it also has traces of an innate god-tier life form. I've never seen such a tyrannical body other than the great elder of the dragon race. Black Dragon Alexis explained. David did not know how strong the great elder of the WRMS was, but judging from the look of admiration on the Black Dragon Alexis' face when he mentioned the great elder, he knew that the great elder of the WRMS must be far stronger than the Black Dragon Alexis. God-level bodies were different too. For example, the WRMS used their bodies as divine bodies, and those with such divine bodies were naturally strong races and were the darlings of the world. The other type was gods like the god of war. These gods became gods through faith, and their divine bodies were strengthened through faith, completely changing the composition of their bodies into a new and stronger body. The bodies of gods who became gods through faith were usually extremely weak compared to the god-level creatures that were born strong. They could only be strengthened through this method to shorten the gap between their bodies and the god-level creatures' bodies. The world laws were also fair. For example, god-level creatures that were born naturally could not use faith, and could only rely on their own abilities to fight. However, the god-level Zerg broke this rule, which was why the Black Dragon Alexis was so surprised. But I heard you say that it is impossible for these two types of divine bodies to appear on the same body at the same time. David said, a little puzzled. Some special circumstances are still possible, just like you. We black dragons are born naturally as god-level creatures, and you have the body of a black dragon through postnatal changes, but you are still human in nature. You can still walk the path of becoming a god through faith. The black dragon Alexis looked at David and said excitedly. If he had not seen the god-level Zerg before, the black dragon Alexis would never have believed that two types of divine bodies could be in one body, but now, the god-level Zerg gave him a revelation. The black dragon Alexis wanted David to become stronger. He was bound to David. With the strength of David's soul now, if David died, he would be an idiot even if he did not die. Therefore, Alexis wanted David to become stronger in consideration of his own life. In addition, the Black Dragon Alexis still wanted revenge. The Grim Reaper had already awakened, and if he wanted to take revenge, he did not have much confidence in relying on his own strength. However, if David also became a god-level creature, and was as strong as the god-level Zerg, then the Grim Reaper would not be a problem at all. But the method of becoming a god through faith has never been passed down in the great world of God. David also understood the Black Dragon Alexis's idea and said helplessly, the method of becoming a god through faith had been cleaned up by the shrines for tens of thousands of years and had long been submerged in the long river of history. Perhaps the evil gods still had the inheritance, but only the Grim Reaper had awakened. It was completely unrealistic to obtain the inheritance of becoming a god through the Grim Reaper. In fact, the evil gods would not pass down the inheritance of becoming a god through faith, because that would divide their originally small amount of faith. This was something that they would absolutely not allow. As for the 5 shrines, this was even more so. The great world of God was the place of faith for the 5 shrines. From the fact that the 5 shrines had blocked the advancement method to the legendary stage, it could be seen that the 5 shrines had control over the path to becoming a god. Originally, the growth path that the Black Dragon Alexis had set for David was to cultivate the Black Dragon's hibernation and let David grow step by step until he became a humanoid Black Dragon. Of course, the end result of this path was that even if David became an adult Black Dragon, there was still a gap between him and a real adult Black Dragon. This was mainly reflected in the body. No matter how much David's body was strengthened, it could not be compared to the body of a natural God-level life form. This was the fundamental difference in foundation. Now, there was a chance to make up for this shortcoming. Through the method of becoming a god through faith, he could strengthen his body through faith and achieve a powerful body similar to that of a real adult black dragon. Moreover, through the method of becoming a god through faith, David could obtain more combat skills. I can't help you with the cultivation method of becoming a god through faith. You will have to find a way yourself, the black dragon Alexis said helplessly. This kind of core inheritance was not so easy to obtain. David was still in the legendary stage, and had time to find a way to obtain the inheritance of becoming a god through faith. It was still too early to discuss this matter. Activate the anti-interference mode. Fleet, prepare to receive energy collision. David, who was in the middle of a discussion with the Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract, heard Admiral Francis's order. David had been in the command room all this time, making it convenient for him to coordinate the logistics between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God. "What's going on?" he asked Admiral Francis. "The furthest recon devices have received signals from an unknown energy, and then they lost contact one after another. According to the analysis, they were hit by an unknown energy attack, and this unknown energy is now heading our way," Admiral Francis explained to David. David nodded. After such a long period of preparation, the Interstellar Federation's military had already launched recon devices close to the spatial gate. This sort of military recon device could transmit data level by level to the command center as quickly as possible. This was also the military's advantage in understanding the movements of the insectoids from afar. Unknown energy. David's heart skipped a beat. Judging the time difference, wasn't the time after the battle between the two god ranks receiving the unknown energy attack? He thought back to the shocking collision between the god of war and the insectoid god rank. Even the body of a Class 4 insectoid and a Class 4 Sky Knight were instantly reduced to ashes. It should be known that whether it was a Class 4 Sky Knight or a Class 4 insectoid, they all had Class 4 materials on them. A Class 4 Sky Knight's armor and weapons were all made from Class 4 materials, and the Class 4 insectoid's teeth and claws were the source of Class 4 materials. However, under that kind of impact they were all reduced to nothing. In space, David had never thought about what kind of impact such a shockwave would have if it kept spreading outward. Just as David was guessing, the shockwave arrived. The light screen in the command room flickered a few times, but it was not too affected. "Damage report," Admiral Francis shouted after the shockwave had passed. 20% of the battleships of the 1st Brigade are damaged. Repairs are in progress. 18% of the battleships of the 2nd Brigade are damaged. Repairs are in progress. Voices sounded in the command room one after another, making Admiral Francis' face turn ugly. "Order the reconnaissance ship to depart immediately. We must find the cause and send the data of the shockwave back to the Federal High Command," Admiral Francis ordered in a deep voice. "Admiral Francis, I think I might know what happened," David said on the side. "Lord Arthur, do you know the origin of the unknown energy?" Admiral Francis asked urgently. Of course, Admiral Francis was anxious. The real battle had not even begun, and such damage had already occurred. Although the damage was not serious, this was only one shockwave. If this shockwave came several times in a row, his entire fleet would be finished. This kind of shockwave was so harmful to the Interstellar Federation's fleet. Therefore, finding the source and finding a solution was the key. Admiral Francis did not want his fleet to be destroyed by this kind of shockwave when the battle started. Just now, there was a battle between two god-level entities. This unknown energy should be the shockwave caused by the battle between two god-level entities, David explained. He did not mention the source of the information. Admiral Francis also knew that the great world of God had long-distance communication methods, but he did not expect to see it with his own eyes. God-level entities participated in the battle? Admiral Francis' face changed. If God-level entities participated in the battle, then their arrangements here would become empty talk. The military's response would also need to change. It should be known that in the history of the Interstellar Federation, the record of defeating gods had all happened within the Interstellar Federation. The losses caused were immeasurable. After gods entered the Interstellar Federation world, they were suppressed by the rules of the world. Their strength was greatly reduced, which gave the Interstellar Federation a chance. In the great world of God, the military did not have the confidence to defeat gods. Not to mention, the superweapon that could defeat gods was not shipped to the great world of God, and it was impossible to ship it to the great world of God. That was the most important weapon of the country, and it was the safety barrier of the Interstellar Federation. The God-level entities only fought for a short time. The God-level insectoids retreated. No God-level entities will attack us. David did not mention the failure of the God of War. He only explained, "That's good." Admiral Francis did not doubt David's words. David did not need to lie about this kind of thing. Admiral Francis only sighed in his heart about the power of the God-level entities. Just the fight in space had caused his fleet to suffer a lot of losses. If the gods really attacked, his fleet would not even be able to defend. At the portal, the thick limb gently tapped a level 5 insectoid. The level 5 insectoid's body suddenly trembled. Then, the level 5 insectoid's shell exploded. Strangely, the level 5 insectoid did not feel any pain. Instead, it was extremely excited. It was as if it was a great honor to be chosen. A strange pattern appeared on the level 5 insectoid's broken body. The golden pattern on the insectoid's body that had lost its shell was particularly dazzling under the contrast of the green insectoid blood. After the thick leg was done, it slowly retreated from the spatial gate. As a god-level, this god-level insectoid forcefully entered another world. It was greatly suppressed by the rules of the world. Relying on its strong god-level body, it resisted the suppression and defeated the God of War. Then, it did what it did just now. All of this drained it greatly. It had to return to the insectoid world to recover. As the thick limb disappeared from the portal, countless insectoids swarmed in. As soon as these low-level insectoids exited the portal, they were attracted by the golden pattern on the level 5 insectoid's body. They could not help but rush towards the golden pattern. Every insectoid that got close to the golden pattern would collapse. Its flesh and blood would be absorbed by the golden pattern and transformed into new flesh and blood. After the golden pattern transformed all the flesh and blood of a level 3 insectoid, the level 5 insectoid's body would only have tiny pieces of flesh and blood. However, there were too many low-level insectoid. Millions of insectoids swarmed out, causing the golden pattern to transform more and more flesh and blood. The level 5 insectoid's body continued to grow. The golden pattern did not just transform flesh and blood. The insectoid's soul, which ordinary people could not see, was also transformed into a part of the level 5 insectoid's soul. The level 5 insectoid's aura grew stronger as more and more of the low-level insectoids died. Soon, it reached the level 5 insectoid's critical point. Without any obstacles, the level 5 insectoid's aura suddenly increased. Its exclusive legendary aura was released. At the same time, the insectoid's body grew to a height of 100 meters. Chapter 956. The God-level insectoid had used this special method to forcibly push a level 5 insectoid to the legendary rank. The price he had to pay was definitely not the countless insectoids in front of him. Any promotion that broke through the shackles of level 5 was not an ordinary promotion. It was an important transition in life, raising one's life to a higher level. This was especially true for the insectoid. A level 5 insectoid strength was far superior to a level 5 temple knight. Once a level 5 insectoid broke through to the legendary rank, it would be an invincible existence in the great world of God, where there were no legendary rank. As long as the gods did not intervene, the legendary insectoids could sweep the entire world. This legendary insectoid was different from David's legendary rank. The legendary insectoid was a true legend, while David's soul had only evolved to the legendary rank. There was still a gap between the overall strength of the legendary rank and the true legendary rank. The most terrifying thing was that this level 5 insectoid was promoted in the great world of God. The promotion conformed to the rules of the great world of God and was recognized by the rules of the world. This was also why the God-level insectoid had manipulated the level 5 insectoid's promotion in the great world of God. It was to allow this legendary insectoid to be recognized by the rules of the great world of God. In this case, the strength of the legendary insectoid would not be suppressed by the rules of the world and would be able to display its full strength. In order to achieve this condition, in order to have a stable promotion opportunity at the entrance of the portal, the insectoid had defeated the counterattack of the great world of God and defeated the god of war. Only then did it begin to promote to the legendary rank. The 100-meter height of the legendary insectoid might not be very tall in space, but for the insectoids who judged their strength based on their size, a 100-meter height was definitely a terrifying existence. The aura of the legendary insectoid stabilized. It opened its mouth and roared towards the depths of space. The level 5 insectoids near the portal crouched down. Compared to the size of the portal, this legendary insectoid was no longer able to return to the insectoid world through the portal. From now on, the legendary insectoid would either win the war or die in the great world of God. It had no other choice. The insectoids continued to pour out of the space door. This time, the insectoids did not sacrifice themselves. In space outside the space door, the insectoids continued to expand. The number of insectoids outside the spatial door quickly exceeded the initial number due to the lack of war, and their numbers continued to increase. These insectoids gathered in space around the portal. No matter where they were, their heads were all facing the legendary insectoids. If the god of war had not left, then he would have discovered the uniqueness of this star field. Countless devout faith poured out of every insectoid's soul and flew into the body of the legendary insectoids. The golden pattern in the body of the legendary rank insectoid was still flickering. This golden pattern did not stop operating because of the insectoid's advancement to the legendary rank. The function of the golden pattern was far from simple. It was a pity that the small shrines of the great world of God had returned and did not let the shrines of the war find out about this. Even the Interstellar Federation's surveillance devices were all destroyed due to the battle between the two god ranks, so the federal military did not notice the abnormality here. The insectoids were planning to create a god. They wanted to forcefully create a god in the great world of God, a god recognized by the great world of God. In terms of faith, the believers of all worlds could not be compared to the insectoid. The firm faith of the insectoids made it easy for every insectoid to reach the level of fanaticism. This kind of extremely devout believer was extremely rare for the gods of other worlds, but for the insectoids, devout faith was everywhere. Moreover, as long as it was an order from the insectoid queen, this kind of devout faith could be transferred to any insectoid, allowing the insectoid to obtain a large amount of faith. Of course, this kind of faith of the insectoids was not without flaws. Under the premise of easily obtaining devout faith, the insectoid's intelligence also became the shackles of faith. Only insectoids that had reached level 4 could be considered to have true intelligence, reaching the average intelligence of other intelligent races. Therefore, the devout faith of the insectoids required a large amount of faith to be comparable to the faith of other intelligent races. However, this flaw was not considered a big flaw in the face of the insectoid's huge numbers. The legendary insectoid felt the new type of energy entering its body. This kind of faith energy could not be sensed by lifeforms below the legendary level, let alone use it. The legendary insectoid knew that this was its chance, a chance to break away from the ordinary insectoids. Even if it was a level 5 insectoid in the past, it was just an ordinary insectoid to the entire insectoid world. It was even more difficult to advance from the legendary level to the demigod level. It was not something that could be achieved in a short period of time. This process would take a long time. The second batch of knights continued to walk out of the planetary level portal. They were assigned according to their strength by the knight in charge of management. Large amounts of resources were also sent over from all over the great world of God. A portion of the nobles that could not be sent over according to their rank could only use the corresponding resources to replace them. Due to the blockage of the Worcester's resource channels, the value of the various resources in the great world of God soared. Many knights would rather risk their lives on Tula than stay in a safe place. Knights that came to Tula would have the opportunity to obtain military merits, and all the cultivation resources would be provided when they were not in battle. If they stayed behind, it would not be long before the ordinary nobles would not be able to satisfy the cultivation requirements of knights. After the ordinary nobles used up their family's resources, they would not be able to buy new knight resources. It was under these circumstances that more and more knights gathered on Tula. Many knights came of their own accord, and most of them were interested in military merits and resources. Chairman Gould walked on the streets of Tula, and knights constantly bowed to him. It had been 5 days since they had retreated to Tula, and the expected frenzied attack of the insectoids had not appeared. The star fields near Tula were all within the scope of the war zone, so if the insectoids appeared, they would naturally be the first to discover them. Everything was ready, and they were only waiting for the insectoids to arrive. Chairman Gould smiled and returned the greetings. The 13 rank 5 knights followed behind him in an orderly fashion, making him seem even more imposing. The ruins of Tula had been cleaned up. The traces of the battle that had occurred here last time had not completely disappeared, as there had been no time to rebuild the collapsed buildings. However, many tents had been erected in the ruins. Chairman Gould headed for the golden tent at the center of the city. Chairman Gould, you can only enter alone. Outside the golden tent, the rank 4 cleric glanced at the 13 rank 5 knights and said to Chairman Gould with a troubled expression, "I didn't have such a restriction in the past. What's the matter today?" Chairman Gould asked with a frown. It should be known that although the 13 rank 5 knights behind him did not have a title, and they were not even noble knights, their status as knights of the temple was equivalent to the title of count at the very least. Apart from a very small number of places, the existence of a temple knight could not be ignored in the rest of the world, let alone the power of 13 temple knights gathered together. Although this golden tent was a meeting place for the 5 shrines, it wasn't so strict that 13 temple knights of the 5th rank couldn't enter. Chairman Gould had come to the golden tent many times in the past few days, and this was the first time he had been stopped. "Chairman Gould, we will be waiting for you outside." The knight of the Harlow Temple bowed and saluted. He did not want to make things difficult for Chairman Gould. Since the shrines had made such a decision, there must be a reason. Besides, there was no danger in the golden tent, so they did not have to worry about Chairman Gould's safety. Chairman Gould bowed to the knight of the Harlow Temple and the other 12 knights to express his gratitude. These days, due to the firm support of the 13 rank 5 temple knights, his position had been consolidated. Before he was successfully elected as chairman, on the one hand, there were many temple knights around him, and on the other hand, there was the support of Lord Arthur. During the war, when Lord Arthur left the 13 rank 5 temple knights around Chairman Gould, it really showed how strong Chairman Gould's cohesiveness was. Even the top nobles would do their best to carry out Chairman Gould's orders without any delay. This was the deterrence brought by the 13 rank 5 Temple Knights. Walking into the golden tent, the space inside had been expanded, so it looked more spacious than the outside. The illumination patterns on the walls made the whole space look particularly bright. The golden tent was divided into many areas. After passing through a small passage, Chairman Gould walked into the largest hall in the middle. As soon as he entered the hall, Chairman Gould was shocked. He saw 5 illusory figures floating in the middle of the hall, and immediately understood why only he was allowed to enter. Greetings, Archbishop Adele, Archbishop Barney, Archbishop Julian, Archbishop Ambrose, and Archbishop Guy. Chairman Gould bowed to the 5 archbishops one by one. Yes, the 5 archbishops of the 5 shrines were floating in the middle of the hall. Although they were only spiritual avatars, this was still an extremely important matter. Chairman Gould, the shrines thank you for your recent hard work. Your achievements are obvious to all. The only female, Archbishop Adele, said with a smile. I dare not claim credit. It's all because the knights dared to risk their lives. Chairman Gould said with his head slightly lowered. I won't beat around the bush. When the insectoid world sent out God-tier combatants, it meant that they were officially declaring war on us. It's just that I didn't expect the insectoid world to start an all-out war with only that one spatial gate. Archbishop Adele said with a wave of her hand. The shrine's invasion of the insectoid world was actually just a training exercise for the knights of the great world of God. They did not think that the insectoid world would rely on a spatial gate that was only 20 meters wide to start an all-out war. It should be known that the spatial gate of 20 meters limited the speed at which the insectoids could send out troops, which was inconsistent with the insectoid sea tactic. Under normal circumstances, Chairman Gould and more than 100 level 5 knights, 2,000 level 4 sky knights, and small-scale war shrines would be enough to solve the problem of the spatial gate. However, no one expected that the defensive battle of the spatial gate would still fail even with the help of the god of war. From this point on, the shrines had to pay attention to the insectoid war this time. This was also the reason why the 5 archbishops had come at the same time. The 2,000 level, 4 sky knight and 5 level, 5 knights who sacrificed themselves this time will be given a high-level pension by the shrines. In addition, all the participating knights will receive corresponding rewards. The shrines will not be stingy with titles and territories for those who have made important contributions. Archbishop Adele continued. The morale of the knights today, especially the high-ranking knights, really needs such rewards to stimulate the morale. The shrines are very considerate. Chairman Gould's eyes lit up slightly as he bowed and thanked them. The spatial gate operation had a huge loss, and had a great impact on the level 4 and level 5 knight. The 2,000 level 4 sky knight almost involved most of the top nobles and great nobles. Some of the nobles who were affected began to complain about the shrines. There were many knights on Tura. It seemed calm on the surface, but many knights were worried that they would be abandoned like the 2,000 level 4 sky knight. Although the rewards could not completely eliminate the impact of this matter, it could let the participating knights feel the attitude of the shrines. The rewards could also motivate the knights to contribute. Although a war of this level was dangerous, it was the best opportunity to earn merit. As long as the knights saw hope, they would explode with great enthusiasm. Chairman Gould, I have another mission here. The shrines need a powerful knight to go to the spatial gate and use the sealing artifact provided by the shrines to seal the spatial gate. Archbishop Adele continued. The archbishops were very busy. They decided to issue rewards, and the issuing of rewards was handled by their subordinate. Okay, I will inform every level 5 knight of the mission. Chairman Gould narrowed his eyes slightly, and bowed with a smile on his face. In fact, he was very clear in his heart that the mission issued by Archbishop Adele was directly assigned to Lord Arthur. If it was really that easy to go to the spatial gate to set up a sealing artifact, the 100-level, 5 knights led by Chairman Gould would have done it long ago. More than 100-level, 5 knights could not do it. If Lord Arthur were to do it alone, even if it was a risk, the zergs near the spatial gate would be enough to kill Lord Arthur many times over. Hence, Chairman Gould pretended to be ignorant and did things according to the rules. He had already thought about it. When he returned, he would contact Lord Arthur and persuade Lord Arthur not to accept this mission. Then I'll have to trouble you, Chairman Gould. Archbishop Adele looked at Chairman Gould with surprise, and said with a smile. Archbishop Adele did have the intention to ask Lord Arthur to help, but Lord Arthur's performance this time was too dazzling. If she forced Lord Arthur to do more, not to mention the nobles, even the shrines would have complaints. She wanted to start with Chairman Gould, but she did not expect Chairman Gould to refuse. Chapter 957. Shrines were rewarded very quickly. Because all the knights who participated in the battle were accompanied by knights, every knight's battle record was accurately calculated. Since they didn't know when the insectoids would arrive, a simple yet grand ceremony was held in front of Tula City's planetary portal in the afternoon. It was simple because there were too many people receiving the reward this time, so the time given to each knight to receive the reward was very short. It was grand because there were hundreds of thousands of knights gathered on Tula. It could be said that it was a great honor to give out the reward on such an occasion. Ordinary knights didn't have the right to get close to the award ceremony, but a dozen priests worked together to cast a divine spell to project the award ceremony on the ground into the air. Any knight who was near Tula City could watch the ceremony through the projection. 10,000 years ago, 5 great gods defeated the brutal evil gods and brought peace and tranquility to this world. Since then, this world has been unified by the name of Great World of God. For 10,000 years, evil beings have been trying to destroy the world's peace and bring the Great World of God back to that chaotic era. The portal in the chaotic star field was the work of the evil gods, who tried to use this method to destroy our world. The evil gods' actions will fail just like their countless attempts over the past 10,000 years. This is because this world has you, the knight who protects this world. The brave knight has defeated the evil gods time and time again, destroying their plans time and time again. In the battle of the portal, the knight once again displayed a fearless spirit of sacrifice. They bought enough time for the guardian planets and Tula to defend. Here, I represent the shrines to award the knight who participated in this battle, as well as the battle between Tula and the guardian planets, for their contributions. Bishop McKinley stood on the podium and said in a deep voice. When he spoke, he used a divine spell to amplify his voice. Of course, when his voice was amplified, the divine spell also had a bewitching effect. Hundreds of thousands of knights blushed when they heard Bishop McKinley's speech. Their eyes were glued to the podium. Of course, there were a lot of clear-headed knights among these knights. A part of them were 4th-rank Sky Knights, and all the 5th-rank Temple Knights were very calm. Some things had already happened, and couldn't be changed by 1 or 2 beautiful words. Among all the knights there is one such knight. He helped the shrines protect Tula and flew alone across the chaotic star field to reclaim the guardian planet. He also went to the Interstellar Federation to bring back reinforcements from the Federation fleet. This knight was. When Bishop McKinley said this, all the knights around him, including knights who were further away, called out that name. The names that the knights called out were different, but they all represented the same person. Lord Arthur. Invincible Knight. There were even more people calling out First Knight and Invincible Knight than Lord Arthur. Bishop McKinley was a little surprised. It seemed that Lord Arthur's reputation was more prominent than he had imagined. He was very familiar with Lord Arthur. In 2 years, Lord Arthur had been crazily sought after by the knights. This phenomenon was very rare in the history of the great world of God. It is Lord Arthur. Although Lord Arthur didn't participate in the Battle of the Portal, his contributions can't be replaced by anyone. The shrines have bestowed upon him the title of Invincible Knight. Bishop McKinley said loudly with a smile. Boom! The sound of discussion seemed to have exploded, resounding throughout the main city of Tula. Lord Arthur had made such a great contribution, but he was only given the title of Invincible Knight. But to every person in the great world of God, having a title recognized by the shrines was more precious than a title of nobility or the status of a senator. In the 10,000 years of history of the great world of God, there were no more than 20 knights with titles. On average, there would only be one every few hundred years. In fact, it couldn't be calculated like this, because most of the titled knights appeared in the early days of the great world of God. The number of titled knights later on was pitifully small. The shrines had given Lord Arthur the title of Invincible Knight. This was obviously recognition of his identity and strength as the strongest knight. The title of Invincible Knight was given by the 5 shrines after a discussion. The 5 archbishops were personally involved in this matter. It couldn't be helped. Lord Arthur's contributions were simply too great. Although he had been rewarded for his previous contributions, those rewards were still inconsistent with his contributions. The shrines remembered this very clearly. Lord Arthur was too young. The shrine's original plan was to continuously reward Lord Arthur appropriately in the future, but this time, they really couldn't suppress it anymore. In order to set an example, the shrines had to give the best reward to the greatest contributor. Lord Arthur's current status had reached the limit of nobility, and even his strength had been recognized as the strongest knight of the great world of God. The territory of 2 planets had already made it difficult for Lord Arthur's weak forces to manage, so the reward for Lord Arthur was to consider the title of knight. Of course, Lord Arthur's contributions were definitely not limited to these. For example, 8 5th-level knights participated in the defense of Tula, 5 5th-level knights risked the loss of their energy clones to save the entire fleet of starships, and so on. If these contributions were to be calculated according to reality, they would all be credited to Lord Arthur, but the shrines didn't do this. Instead, they prepared to give these contributions to the 5th-level knight. The knight of the Harlow Temple standing below the podium was slightly stunned. David's mind was in the soul of the knight of the Harlow Temple. When he heard this unexpected reward, he felt strange. The titled knight was a legend. Every titled knight had a proud record. Their contributions were written in books and publicized through the 5 shrines. The titled knight was also the idol of knights. Knights grew up listening to the stories of the titled knight. However, David was the only exception here. His knight's path started 2 years ago, and then he advanced all the way. He didn't even have time to communicate with other knights before he became a 5th-level knight. The first time he knew about the titled knight was from a book. Now, his soul had reached the legendary rank first, and his body had been transformed into the body of a black dragon, which had greater potential. He, a knight who wasn't even considered a knight, had become a titled knight. Therefore, David was extremely surprised that he was only given the title of Invincible Knight, without any other rewards. Fortunately, he wasn't here, so he didn't show it directly. Lord Arthur is now on the Guardian planet, guarding the border to the Battle planet. President Gould will receive it on his behalf. Bishop McKinley nodded to President Gould. President Gould didn't refuse. His relationship with Lord Arthur had long been tied together. He relied on Lord Arthur's heartwarming lotus seed soup to rope in a knight of the Holy Temple, and in the war, the subordinate knight of Lord Arthur risked his life to protect him. This relationship was obvious to everyone. Bishop McKinley handed a badge with complicated patterns to President Gould, and President Gould bowed to accept it. After the short ceremony, Bishop McKinley's next announcement was very simple. He gave the names and achievements, and then the knight went up on stage. One by one, the knight walked up to the podium to receive the rewards. The most important thing was to enjoy the glory. The 8 level 5 temple knights left behind by David on Tula were all conferred the title of Earl. In terms of status, these 8 level 5 temple knights had officially entered the aristocratic system. This reward was in line with the merits of the 8 level 5 temple knight. In the battle on Tula, the 8 level 5 temple knights fought against the weaker Zerg, so there wasn't much danger. The 8 level 5 temple knights didn't even have any status before, but now they were earls. This reward was quite good. However, the knight present saw another side. Although Lord Arthur's Luce family was a top aristocrat, they only had one duke title before. From this moment on, the Luce family had 8 more earls. In terms of merits, 8 earls wasn't the end. The Luce family would have more earls in the future. The problem was that even today's top aristocratic families didn't have many conditions to exchange for so many earls in the family. This was not only because of the merits needed to exchange, but also because of the merits needed to maintain these 8 earls in the future. After that, the other 4 level 5 temple knights of David were conferred the title of Marquis due to their merits, and at the same time, they were also given 4 territories on the continent. It was already night time, and the light of theurgy shone on the podium. In fact, the knight present had already noticed that the Knight of Harlow Temple didn't go up on stage. They looked at the Knight of Harlow Temple with envious eyes. Everyone knew that in this kind of award ceremony, the first and last place would receive the greatest benefit. Sure enough, Bishop McKinley looked at the Knight of Harlow Temple with a smile on his face. Let's welcome the last Knight of Harlow Temple to be awarded. He is the Knight of Harlow Temple. In the war against the Zerg, he showed the bravery and fearlessness of a knight, and more importantly, the spirit of sacrifice. He is also the first non-shrines knight to receive the grace of our Lord in the past 500 years. Bishop McKinley said loudly with a kind look in his eyes. David couldn't help but feel a little strange when he heard Bishop McKinley's words. He was the first to be praised, and the last one was still praising him. However, the Knight of Harlow Temple was an avatar of a Knight of Harlow Temple, so he was also an independent entity. The Knight of Harlow Temple walked up to the podium and gave a knight's salute to Bishop McKinley. Knight of Harlow Temple, you are the role model of knights. Your reward is a member of the Supreme Council, and your title is promoted to Duke. You need to customize your own coat of arms and choose a designated planet as your territory, Bishop McKinley announced with a smile. This time, not only were all the Knight of Harlow Temple shocked, but even David, who was receiving the reward, was shocked. The reward was so great that it exceeded the merits of the Knight of Harlow Temple. Although he saved the starship fleet with the other 4 Knight of Harlow Temple, it was already a very generous reward to be promoted to Marquis and the Lord of a continent. Compared to the other 4 Knight of Harlow Temple, the only thing that the Knight of Harlow Temple had more merits was that he risked his life to save Speaker Gould. Because of this, he received the grace of the God of War. Not only did he recover from his injuries, but his strength also increased greatly. He thought that the grace of the God of War was a reward for his performance on the battlefield, but he didn't expect that the real reward was here. Only a few top nobles with deep backgrounds knew that the Knight of Harlow Temple had been recognized by the God of War. This could only be known from the fact that he was the first Knight of Harlow Temple who was not a shrines to receive the grace of the God of War in 500 years. This recognition was more important than any battle merit. It was not surprising that the shrines would give a reward that exceeded any battle merit because of the recognition of the God of War. Among the rewards, the most important one was the identity of a member of Harlow Temple. As for the promotion of the title to Duke, the Supreme Council would also apply to the shrines because every member of Harlow Temple had the title of Duke. Some knights began to think that the shrines were dividing the Knight of Harlow Temple from Lord Arthur. Now, he should be called Lord Harlow. However, only ordinary knights would think that way. The knight who had really experienced the Battle of the Space Gate would not think so. The Knight of Harlow Temple was willing to sacrifice his life to protect Speaker Gould because of Lord Arthur's orders. That kind of loyalty was not something that could be differentiated by the title of a member of Harlow Temple. Regardless of what the knights present thought, the Knight of Harlow Temple who was standing on the podium was now radiating brilliance. The Knight of Harlow Temple had leaped from an unknown Knight of Harlow Temple to the top nobles of the great world of God. He would also have his own identity as a member of Harlow Temple and become a lord. This was something that only appeared in legends, but it had really happened in front of the knight. Hence, the knights couldn't help but be overwhelmed with emotions. Since the Knight of Harlow Temple could do it, they could do it too. Perhaps they would not be as dazzling as the Knight of Harlow Temple, but as long as they had a tenth of the reward of the Knight of Harlow Temple, it would be enough. The Knight of Harlow Temple bowed and received a stack of documents. He was not even a noble before, so all the procedures had to be done again. Knight of Harlow Temple, I hope you will be firm in your faith. My lord is very concerned about you, Bishop McKinley said in a very soft voice as he handed over the documents. When David heard Bishop McKinley's words, there was a hint of understanding in his eyes. He finally knew the biggest reason for this reward. When he controlled the Knight of Harlow Temple to accept the grace of the God of War, he had activated the state of fanaticism, which made the God of War think that he was a fanatical believer. In the eyes of the God of War, a fifth-level Knight of Harlow Temple who had firm faith, good virtues, and dared to sacrifice was the perfect knight. Of course, he would pay special attention to such a person. Chapter 958. On the night of the awards ceremony, David was sitting in his bedroom on the Guardian planet. He felt that something was wrong ever since he received the title of Invincible Knight. There was no war on the Guardian planet. The third batch of reinforcements from the Federation Army had arrived. It was a fleet of 10,000 battleships with an aircraft carrier as the flagship. This greatly increased the defense of the Guardian planet. The scouts of the Interstellar Federation Army were redeploying their surveillance devices. However, the defense of the star regions that were too close to the portal had been strengthened. The surveillance devices were unable to get close to the portal as they would be destroyed by the Zerg if they got close. David didn't have much to do in the command center. He felt that something was wrong with his body and returned to his room to do a thorough check. He scanned his entire body with his mind and entered the small world of his soul space to scan his entire body. He didn't find anything wrong with his body, but he was 100% sure that something was wrong with his body. Alexis, help me take a look. What's happening to my body? I feel that something is wrong. David could only ask Black Dragon Alexis for help. Ever since the Black Dragon Alexis mentioned that David should learn faith and become a god, it would spend a lot of time thinking about the matter in hopes of helping David. After hearing David's words, the Black Dragon Alexis stopped pondering and looked up at David. Lord Arthur, why are you surrounded by so much faith? The Black Dragon Alexis asked in surprise. David only felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint where it came from because the power of faith was difficult to detect. He didn't have the inheritance of faith to become a god, so even if he had a legendary grade soul, he couldn't pinpoint the existence of the power of faith. After hearing the Black Dragon Alexis's words, David paid special attention to the energy around him and finally found something different. There was a trace of strange energy around him. The energy waves were extremely weak. If he didn't pay special attention, he wouldn't have noticed it. David's soul had already reached the legend rank. If it was before, even if he was a 5th-rank Temple Knight, he wouldn't have been able to sense such faith energy. Why is there faith surrounding me? David found it strange. He hadn't done anything, so why was there faith energy around him? Suddenly, David thought of the title Invincible Knight, and that all of this had happened after the award ceremony. Alexis, the shrines gave me the title of Invincible Knight. Could it have something to do with that? David asked the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis agreed with David's judgment. That's the reason. Shrines are an extension of the will of the gods. The title they recognize is also a title recognized by the rules of the world to a certain extent. This title will more or less generate the power of faith for those who recognize it. It was also for this reason that the 5 shrines rarely bestowed the title of knight. This was because bestowing the title of knight would generate part of the power of faith. In the secret records of the shrines, not long after the establishment of the great world of God, a powerful knight was bestowed the title of Glorious Knight. With this title, this powerful knight used the power of faith. He ceased from an evil god to become a god, and successfully became a legend and a demigod. When this glorious knight became a demigod, his aura was completely exposed to the senses of the 5 gods. In the end, this glorious knight was killed by the god of war. Since then, the title of knight in the great world of God became fewer and fewer. The shrines also tried their best not to bestow the title of knight. David probably wouldn't have thought that the reason why he was able to obtain the title of Invincible Knight was not because there was no other reward that could replace it, but because of the red wine. The red wine produced from the Kami star had become an important enjoyment for the 5 shrines. Under this subtle influence, the 5 shrines naturally had a good impression of Lord Arthur, who brewed the red wine of the Kami star. This kind of good impression might not be seen normally, but when the reward for Lord Arthur was discussed, when someone proposed the title, due to this kind of good impression, no one raised any objections. Just like that, the reward of the title of knight was passed. Before the title of Invincible Knight, although David's combat power was recognized by the knight of the great world of God, this kind of recognition was not recognized by the rules of the world, and the corresponding power of faith could not be generated. But after the shrines officially bestowed the title of Invincible Knight, the knight's recognition of David's strength turned into the power of faith. The profession of knight valued strength very much. Knights had a natural worship of the strong, and David was recognized as the strongest knight, so this worship was even more enthusiastic. Moreover, with the spread of the title of Invincible Knight, all the knights in the great world of God would produce the power of faith after recognizing the title of Invincible Knight. This group was extremely large. Even when the title of Invincible Knight spread to the ears of ordinary people, those who wanted to have children become knights, and those who had the ambition to become knights, would also produce the power of faith. Probably even the shrines did not expect that the title of Invincible Knight would bring considerable power of faith to David. It was a pity that David did not have the inheritance of faith to become a god, so the power of faith lingering around him could not be used at all. Of course, he was not willing to give up. He tried to use the power of the will, the power of the black dragon, the power of laws, and various other methods, but he could not use the power of faith around him at all. David was very helpless. The opportunity to improve himself was right next to him, but he could not use it. For the whole night, David kept trying. The black dragon Alexis did not study the power of faith, so it could not do anything in this regard. In the morning, David washed up and went to the command room. As soon as he entered, he saw the knight of the Dexter Temple and the knight of the Nelson Temple talking to General Francis. Knight of the Dexter Temple, knight of the Nelson Temple, good morning. What brings you two here today? David smiled and waved. This was the command center of the Federation, so he did not use the complicated etiquette of nobles in the great world of God. This reminded him of the feeling he had when he was in the Interstellar Federation. He could be so relaxed, but the two level 5 knight of the Holy Temple were not relaxed. The knight of the Dexter Temple and the knight of the Nelson Temple bowed at the same time. Greetings, Invincible Knight Lord Arthur. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Invincible Knight. You know it too. David smiled and bowed back. Of course, it's not just us. I believe that the name of Invincible Knight will spread throughout the great world of God today. You will become the new idol of knights. The Knight of the Dexter Temple replied seriously. Only now did David realize that he had underestimated the use of the title of Invincible Knight. It seemed that the title did not only provide him with the power of faith. Looking at the attitude of the Knight of the Dexter Temple and the Knight of the Nelson Temple, it was clear that the two level 5 Knights of the Knight of the Holy Temple placed great importance on the title of Knight. It's not just the great world of God. Lord Arthur is also the pride of the Federation. His story has spread far and wide within the Federation. The title of Invincible Knight will also spread far and wide within the Federation, Admiral Francis said with a smile. As the Interstellar Federation battleships entered the great world of God to participate in the war, the corresponding promotion was carried out on a large scale within the Federation. In order to promote the friendship between the Interstellar Federation and the great world of God, the special existence of Lord Arthur became the focus of the promotion. Lord Arthur grew up in the Interstellar Federation. It could be said that he was a member of the Federation. In just 2 short years, he became a level 5 Knight of the great world of God, a top noble, a member of the Supreme Council, and a territory of 2 planets. Lord Arthur's achievements spread across the Federation in a short period of time. This kind of inspirational story, coupled with the need for promotion during the war, spread far and wide. Since you're here, don't go back in the morning. Let's have lunch together at noon. I have a lot of prepared food here, David said with a smile to the 2 level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple. He then turned to Admiral Francis and said, "You can join us if you have time." The Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight's eyes lit up at the same time as they quickly responded with a smile, "Then we won't stand on ceremony. I've heard the Grand Marshal mention your cooking before. He said that no one in the Federation can compare to your cooking. Today, I must have a good taste of it," Admiral Francis said. In the circle of nobles in the great world of God, there were probably very few people who did not know about David's cooking ability. In the Interstellar Federation, only Grand Marshal Andre and a very few people had seen David's cooking. This reputation was only spread among the upper echelons of the federal military. Nothing happened in the morning, so everyone enjoyed lunch to their heart's content. Being able to enjoy such delicious food before the war, even the war became relaxed. After lunch, the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight returned to their combat positions in space, while David and Admiral Francis returned to the command room. As soon as they entered the command room, the intelligence officer came to report, "The front line has sent back the latest video." Admiral Francis' expression turned serious. He knew how much the military had invested in obtaining the video of the space gate. Just the unmanned reconnaissance vehicles alone had been sent out in the tens of thousands. Coupled with all kinds of auxiliary equipment, it was almost as if the military would replace one destroyed by the insectoids. They were pushing towards the space gate through multiple routes regardless of the cost. The video obtained this time was taken remotely. It only lasted for 10 seconds before the reconnaissance vehicle was destroyed. Admiral Francis tapped on the big screen in the middle a few times, and the image of the reconnaissance vehicle appeared on the screen. In space, under the illumination of the light from the space gate, coupled with the optical enhancement of the reconnaissance vehicle itself, the image was very clear. Countless insectoids were quietly floating in space. The strange thing was that their heads were all facing the same direction. This was very easy to tell from the image. In the direction where all the insectoid heads were gathered, there was an extremely large insectoid. How is this possible? How can a body like this pass through the space gate? David couldn't help but ask when he saw the size of the insectoid. It had to be known that although some insectoids were born with the ability to transport, such as the sonic steel beetle, these insectoids couldn't pass through the space gate once their space was opened. Thus, a space gate with a diameter of 20 meters could only allow an insectoid of 20 meters to pass through. Judging from the height of the insectoids beside this huge insectoid, it was at least 100 meters tall. Judging by the size of the insectoid's body, this insectoid's strength was most likely above level 5. Admiral Francis also understood the strength of this insectoid. His heart sank. Would they be able to defend against such an insectoid attacking the defensive line? Lord Arthur, I wonder if you have the confidence to deal with this insectoid? Admiral Francis turned to ask David. Admiral Francis didn't even need to ask the Dexter Temple Knight and the Nelson Temple Knight. The two level 5 Temple Knights could only deal with one level 5 insectoid together. This insectoid was obviously stronger, so it wasn't something they could deal with. I'm not sure. This insectoid is very strong. Can you make a copy of this video for me to study? David shook his head and asked. Of course, if it can help you, then the investigation team's efforts weren't wasted. Admiral Francis didn't hesitate to make a copy of the video for David. In any case, if the long-range main cannons didn't work, then the only one who could deal with such a powerful insectoid would be Lord Arthur. David took out an identity bracelet. This was the one he used when he went to the Interstellar Federation. Now that he was in the Federation's army, some of its functions had been reactivated. After receiving the video with the identity bracelet, David walked to the side and found a quiet place to sit down. He turned on the screen of the identity bracelet and played the video. He played the video as normal and zoomed in to check some details. This video was taken by a military reconnaissance device. Even though it was very far away, it didn't affect the accuracy of the video. When David zoomed in to check the details of the gigantic insectoid's body, he could still see it very clearly. Black Dragon Alexis, who was sitting on David's shoulder, twisted its body and watched the video with David. Lord Arthur, this insectoid has reached the legendary rank. Black Dragon Alexis said with certainty through the master-servant contract after just a glance. How did such a huge body appear here? David asked as he examined the video. Didn't you notice that this legendary insectoid wasn't suppressed by the laws of the world? Black Dragon Alexis reminded. David immediately zoomed in on a few parts of the legendary insectoid's body to verify what the Black Dragon Alexis said. It wasn't that he didn't believe the Black Dragon Alexis. With the Black Dragon Alexis' strength, it was impossible for it to be wrong in determining the strength of a legendary. However, this was a rare learning opportunity. He couldn't always rely on the Black Dragon Alexis. He had to find evidence that this was a legendary insectoid through his own method. As expected, these teeth and claws are almost dark gold, David said as he pointed at a few parts of the video. Chapter 959. On the screen of the identity bracelet, David and the Black Dragon Alexis were both observing the huge legendary level Zerg. This legendary level Zerg should have started to evolve after reaching the great world of God. I wonder how much it took to evolve into a Zerg? The Black Dragon Alexis lamented. Although the way of cultivation was different, the Black Dragon Alexis experience told him that even if it was only a step away from level 5 to legendary level, it was not easy to evolve into a legendary level. The evolution of the legendary level was very special, and there were many conditions involved. Even David, who had a shadow attendant, had to constantly absorb soul energy for a long time before his soul could advance to the legendary level. His body was still a distance away from the legendary level. The Black Dragon Alexis could tell from the image that the legendary level Zerg's strength was not only stable at the legendary level, but was also constantly improving. Even in the past, the giant dragon clan had to consume rare treasures of heaven and earth to achieve this. Such treasures of heaven and earth were also incomparably precious in the giant dragon clan. At least, they would not use them unless it was extremely important. Hence, the black dragon Alexis guessed that it was the same for the Zergs. They must have consumed some unknown treasures of heaven and earth to allow this legendary level Zerg to evolve so quickly. That's not right. Why do I feel like these Zergs aren't resting? Instead, they seem to be, David said as he adjusted the image to show a close-up of the Zergs. Praying. David and the black dragon Alexis said at the same time. Although they could not sense the existence of the power of faith through the image, the posture of these Zergs made them feel as if they were devout believers praying to their Lord. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, the black dragon Alexis murmured. Alexis, what did you see? David asked curiously when he saw the black dragon Alexis' huge reaction. Given the black dragon Alexis's experience, he should not be moved by most things. Why was he so shocked when he saw the behavior of these Zergs? The insectoids are creating a god, Black Dragon Alexis said in a deep voice. Creating a god? David was shocked. Black Dragon Alexis nodded and said, Yes, look at this video. Every Zerg that passes through the portal will fly to the side and stop. They will then start praying to the legendary level Zerg. The legendary level Zerg doesn't need the power of faith. They only need the power of faith to advance from the legendary level to the demigod level. I don't think the Zerg would do that unless they wanted to create a god. David's eyes flickered as he looked at the legendary rank insectoids standing near the spatial gate. Alexis, if we encounter that Zerg god tier expert at the spatial portal, can you stop him? David turned to look at the black dragon Alexis on his shoulder and asked seriously. No problem, but if I use my true form in the great world of God, I will be discovered by the shrines. Black Dragon Alexis reminded. Even if the shrines discover a god-tier aura at the spatial portal, they will only think that it is a Zerg god-tier expert. David's eyes flashed with hesitation, but he quickly said with determination, I also want to test the combat power of a Zerg god-tier expert. It has been a long time since I fought with my full strength. Black Dragon Alexis's eyes flashed with excitement as he said in a deep voice. Ever since he woke up, the Black Dragon Alexis had not displayed his full strength. He had always been in his shrunken cat form. For the Black Dragon Alexis who loved to fight, this was a serious restriction. However, for his own sake, and also for his master, David, he had to hide his combat power. After David decided to let the Black Dragon Alexis fight, he did not consider the combat power of the Zergs, nor did he worry about the threat of a legendary rank insectoid. Perhaps for the Black Dragon Alexis, the only threat was the Zerg god-tier expert with one leg exposed. When David was ready to move, he sensed that the other 13 level 5 Holy Knight clones had all received a mission briefing. Strangely, there was no news on his communication circle. His mind entered Lord Harlow's soul. Due to the change in Lord Harlow's identity, the living conditions had also changed. Lord Harlow had a single Lord tier tent, which did not require Lord Harlow to prepare himself. He was here to participate in the war, and all consumption was covered by the shrines. In the past, when Lord Harlow was still a level 5 Holy Knight, he only needed to provide an ordinary tent and food. However, after Harlow became the Overlord, he had to consider the dignity of the Overlord. It was precisely because of the different treatment one would receive due to one's status that the knights crazily performed meritorious deeds in exchange for higher titles. Even if Lord Harlow did not want it, he had to accept all the preferential treatment provided by the shrines. This was a reflection of his status, and also the dignity that a top noble should have. In order to better protect Chairman Gould, Lord Harlow's tent was next to Chairman Gould's tent. There were also 12 smaller noble tents, which were the tents of the other 12 level 5 Holy Knights of David. These tents protected Chairman Gould's tent, and there were more tents outside, including Lords and Holy Knights' tents. These tents formed a group of forces. Under normal circumstances, the shrines would definitely not want to see the chairman of the Supreme Council grow in power. This group of forces was unprecedentedly large, and almost 2/3 of the top nobles and 80% of the holy knights. However, during such a time of war, the shrines hoped that Chairman Gould would have a higher prestige, so that the shrine's orders could be completely carried out. David's mind used Lord Harlow's soul to scan the situation outside, and then stopped paying attention. The more Chairman Gould's position was consolidated, the better he would be taken care of. Lord Harlow opened his new Lord-level communication array, and saw the latest mission inside. War mission. Mission details. Go to the chaotic star field and use the sealing artifact to seal the space door. Mission requirements. The person who accepts the mission must have strength recognized by the shrines. Mission rewards: 1. Territory of 2 habitable planet. 2. 20 merit. 3. A level 5 mental attack that comes with the hallucination technique. David looked at the mission, and couldn't help but shake his head gently. When he saw the third reward, he knew that this mission was probably meant for him. It was because the entire great world of God's Night had the hallucination technique, which was a mental cultivation method that very few shrines learned. Apart from David, he had never heard of any knight who was not a shrines who had mastered it. Judging from the fact that this mission was not sent to his Lord-level communication array, he knew that Chairman Gould had blocked it for him. David had repaid Chairman Gould's kindness, and Chairman Gould had also repaid David's kindness. A smile appeared on David's face. He felt that he finally had a trustworthy friend in the great world of God. Chairman Gould was able to block the shrine's orders, which was enough to show the importance of this friendship. Lord Harlow stood up, and under the bow of many servants, he left his Lord-level tent. Within a few steps, it was Chairman Gould's tent. When he came to the tent, Steward Hayes of the main family was already standing in front of the door waiting. "Greetings to the great Lord Harlow. The master asked you to go in directly." Steward Hayes bowed and said. Steward Hayes was the chief steward of the main family and Chairman Gould's most trusted steward. With the rise of Chairman Gould's status, his status also rose in a straight line. However, Steward Hayes was extremely respectful to Lord Harlow. He was a staunch supporter of Chairman Gould and also a subordinate of Lord Arthur. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were close friends of life and death. Just like now, when Lord Harlow came to visit, Chairman Gould, who was in the chairman's tent, could immediately sense this movement. If it was someone else, Chairman Gould would be reserved and let the visitor go through the motions and then be let in by the steward. However, Lord Harlow did not have this process. He was immediately invited in when he arrived at the door. If it weren't for the fact that Chairman Gould was worried about the bad influence, he would have been prepared to welcome him in person. "Lord Harlow, what's the matter?" Chairman Gould asked when he saw Lord Harlow walk in and invited him to sit down. Without any instructions, Housekeeper Hayes delivered the main family's top-notch hospitality. "Chairman Gould, my lord saw the mission issued by the Supreme Council, so I came to consult you." Lord Harlow thanked Steward Hayes with a smile, and then said to Chairman Gould. Even if Chairman Gould had enough confidence in Lord Harlow, he didn't think that Lord Harlow would betray Lord Arthur because of his new identity. However, after hearing Lord Harlow address him as my lord, he still felt relieved. In such a public occasion, Lord Harlow used such an address to place himself as Lord Arthur's subordinate. "Lord Harlow, I originally didn't want Lord Arthur to know about this mission, but since he knows, I'll explain it. This mission was issued by the shrines, and when it was proposed to me, it was targeted. The shrines want Lord Arthur to accept this mission. However, this mission is too dangerous. I believe that with Lord Arthur's strength, it won't take long for him to exchange for the rewards through merit points. There's no need to risk his life for it." Chairman Gould sighed helplessly when he heard Lord Harlow's words. I thank you for your care on behalf of my lord. My lord sent me a message that my lord wants to accept this mission, but my lord is on the Guardian planet, and I'm afraid he can't return to Tula to retrieve the sealing artifact. Lord Harlow said with a bow. There's no need for that. Since Lord Arthur has this idea, I believe he has considered it carefully. I don't need to remind him of the danger. As for the sealing artifact, this will require the shrines to operate. Chairman Gould didn't try to persuade him anymore. Currently, Lord Arthur was even more powerful than Chairman Gould. Chairman Gould could only make suggestions about the choices of the strong. He couldn't do much to persuade Arthur. Also, the Interstellar Federation has detected a legendary Zerg among the Zergs. Please be careful, Lord Harlow said. David didn't intend to hide this information. This was information discovered by the Interstellar Federation. Both sides had the same goal, so sharing information was inevitable. As the link between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation, he naturally needed to exchange information between both sides. What? Chairman Gould's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. Chairman Gould naturally knew what the legendary rank was. In order to become a legendary, he and 4 of his best friends went to slay gods, and in the end all 4 of them died. In the great world of God, many knights had never heard of the legendary rank, and they didn't know how powerful the legendary rank was. Only a few top nobles with a strong foundation had recorded information about the legendary rank in their family inheritance. The legendary rank was the last stage of level 5, and it was also the preparation for the divine rank. At this stage, one step was on the threshold of becoming a god. It was the lifelong dream of a level 5 temple knight like Chairman Gould. The Interstellar Federation found out first. In the great world of God, we are not even as good as the Interstellar Federation. What a great shame! Chairman Gould quickly recovered, but he thought of another aspect of the matter, and said in a deep voice. Lord Harlow didn't answer. In his position, it was really difficult to answer this sentence. I'll go to the shrines. I'll handle the matter of Lord Arthur accepting the mission. Chairman Gould stood up and said. Lord Harlow bowed and left, and Chairman Gould happened to see him out. David didn't have to wait for long before his Lord-level communication circle vibrated. It was from Bishop McKinley of the War Shrines. Lord Arthur, you have accepted the mission of sealing the portal. On behalf of the shrines, I thank you for your efforts. Whether the mission is successful or not, you must pay attention to your own safety. We don't want you, the invincible knight, to fall accidentally. Bishop McKinley pointed out the shrine's attitude. The shrines didn't want to sacrifice Lord Arthur, but they thought that Lord Arthur was the most likely knight to complete the mission. This was an analysis based on Lord Arthur's past achievements, especially the divine weapon Dark Shadow that Lord Arthur was wearing, which had the ability of invisibility. In the environment of space, the divine weapon Dark Shadow was very useful. In that kind of gloomy void, there was no need to worry about the loss of invisibility. Of course, there was still danger. The Zergs had too many strange innate abilities, and it was very likely that they could discover Lord Arthur, who was invisible in the shadow space. In the opinion of the 5 shrines, if there was danger, they still hoped that Lord Arthur would be able to escape in time. If the invincible knight, Lord Arthur, fell in the hands of the Zergs, it was very likely that it would be a huge blow to the already low morale. It must be known that Lord Arthur's reputation among the knight was brought about by his victories. Terrifying enemies who had dominated for thousands of years fell in his hands. If such an invincible existence was also defeated, it would be a fatal blow to the morale of the knight. Chapter 960. David said with a smile, I'm pretty sure I can escape. I believe you. You've escaped from certain death countless times. Bishop McKinley said with a laugh. Bishop McKinley was thinking about the Battle of Gods. Lord Arthur was sent flying into the small world by the god of plague Gladstone. At that moment, he thought Lord Arthur was dead for sure. Who would have thought that Lord Arthur would survive such a blow? Since then, Bishop McKinley didn't believe that anyone could kill Lord Arthur. Who in the great world of God could unleash a blow as powerful as the god of plague Gladstone's? That was a full-powered blow from a god's body. That blow could destroy dozens of level 5 night-night battle formations. It seems like you're more confident than I am. David couldn't help but laugh. He then asked, "Then how did the sealing artifact get into my hands?" Your Lord-level communication circle has the function of long-distance teleportation of small items. However, the use of teleportation circles has been blocked in the star field of chaos. I'll now open the teleportation restriction on your Lord-level communication circle for you. You can use it to teleport small items as you wish. Bishop McKinley explained with a smile. The reason why the star field of chaos was sealed was to prevent the Zergs from obtaining the space coordinates of the teleportation circle. Once the space coordinates were exposed, the Zergs, who had the gift of space, would use the coordinates to open a long-distance space connection. It wasn't just the great world of God that paid attention to this. In the Interstellar Federation's war zone, other than the military's space portals that were tightly sealed by the military, there were only a few small personal portals. David activated the long-distance teleportation circle on his Lord-level communication circle. The faint light of teleportation flickered, as if it was about to go out at any time. However, soon it seemed to be affected by some kind of power. The light of teleportation stabilized and slowly strengthened until it met the requirements of teleportation. Just as he was looking at his Lord-class communication magic circle, the light suddenly flashed. When it dimmed again, a golden sign appeared in front of him. Lord Arthur, this sealing artifact still needs to recognize you as its master before you can use it. After activating it once, it needs to absorb energy again before it can be activated again. Therefore, if you fail to seal it, you can only try again after 10 days. This sealing artifact is also a mission reward. After it recognizes you as its master, you will naturally learn how to use it. Bishop McKinley explained to David. David was surprised that the shrines would be so generous. Any item that could be called a divine artifact would not be cheap because divine artifacts were made by gods. David used his mind to come in contact with the sealing artifact and discovered that it had indeed never been recognized as a master, or perhaps its previous master had given up on it. He thought that he was very familiar with divine artifact. Plus, this divine artifact was completely open, so he scanned it with his mind and entered the pattern of recognition. A wave of information entered David's mind during the process of recognizing him as its master. He understood the function of the sealing artifact and how to use it. The function of the sealing artifact was very simple, which was to seal the space gap. The reason why it needed to use divine artifact materials was because only divine artifact materials could activate 10,000 sealing runes at the same time. David guessed that this sealing artifact was most likely made by some god, and it was made for the space door in the astral chaos. If it weren't for the space door, this sealing artifact would not have been worth the cost of using divine artifact materials and being personally made by a god. Other than sealing the space door, the sealing artifact was used to seal the space door. But with David's alchemy grandmaster level, why would he need this sealing artifact to seal any space door? Not to mention that this sealing artifact needed 10 days to fully recharge after one use. David put away the sealing artifact. It was still a divine artifact, so he was very curious about the sealing runes inside. David came to the command room and said to Francis, "Admiral Francis, I found something in the surveillance image. I need to go to the space door." He was now the representative of the great world of God in the Interstellar Federation fleet. If he needed to leave, he naturally had to explain it to the federal military. "Lord Arthur, the space door is very dangerous. Please be careful if you go alone." Also, you can take a surveillance ship. We have set up a traction system in a safe area away from the space door. It can speed up your arrival. General Francis didn't try to persuade David either. Instead, he suggested that David go there as soon as possible. Thank you very much. David smiled and accepted Francis's kindness. The so-called traction system referred to a spaceship that was set up at regular intervals in space. The spaceship would be pulled at the same frequency as the spaceship. With the spaceship's own speed, the spaceship could reach twice its original speed. It would only take 10 hours to reach the safe area closest to the space door. David could only summon the sonic iron beetle if he wanted to. David would not dare summon the sonic iron beetle in the star field of chaos, where there were scanning devices everywhere, unless he was crazy. If he summoned the sonic iron beetle, what awaited him would be the military's long-range main cannon. Lord Arthur, I hope you can come back quickly, Francis said as he sent David out of the command room. Lord Arthur was the invincible knight recognized by the shrines of the great world of God. In other words, other than the great world of God, Lord Arthur was the strongest person in the great world of God. Having such a strong person on the Guardian planet was very beneficial to the federal military. At least in close combat, with Lord Arthur around, they would not have to worry about the level 5 insectoid. I will return as soon as possible, David promised. He had no interest in going to Tula. There were 5 large shrines there, surrounding the main city of Tula. He was afraid of getting close to the shrines, so he did not dare to go there. David was transported by a landing ship to a small surveillance ship in the space fleet. As soon as David entered the small surveillance ship, he heard the soft voices of a few Federation soldiers. This is the invincible knight, Lord Arthur. He is truly invincible. Their voices were filled with excitement, as if they were fans who had met a celebrity. Although their voices were soft, the small surveillance ship was only a few dozen meters long. David's mind power could cover 80 kilometers. At this distance, no sound could escape his detection. David did not care about the discussions. He was guided by an officer to a simple seat. Lord Arthur, please fasten your seatbelt. We are about to depart. The officer reminded him with a smile. Thank you, but I don't need it, David replied with a smile. The officer then remembered the strength of the person in front of him and did not remind him again. In fact, because the small surveillance ship was going to be towed, its speed would be very unstable. The military regulations required that the seatbelt be fastened before the officer reminded him. David did not have the time to think about this. He felt very strange. Alexis, do you feel anything strange? David asked the Black Dragon Alexis through the master-servant contract. The Black Dragon Alexis noticed the abnormality that David mentioned and replied, Your believers are on this warship, and their faith is very firm. David shook his head. He did not like this feeling of not being able to control. He could clearly sense the power of faith, but he could not even detect the source of the power of faith. In the past, it was understandable that the source of the power of faith was extremely far away. However, today, the Black Dragon Alexis had clearly told him that his believers were on this warship. He still could not sense the specific source of the faith. Although it was somewhat impolite, David still strengthened his mind power. This allowed him to sense the expressions and mental activities of all the soldiers on the warship. Soon, he understood where the source of the faith came from. This was because when he sensed these soldiers, he realized that more than half of them were more or less discussing him. Because the title of Invincible Knight had spread throughout the Federation fleet, and the title of Invincible Knight was recognized by the shrines and the rules of the world, when the soldiers began to worship the Invincible Knight Lord Arthur, they would also produce some power of faith. The reason why the title of Invincible Knight could spread so quickly in the military was thanks to General Francis. In order to promote Lord Arthur's strength, General Francis had arranged for the publicity department to do a lot of publicity work as soon as he knew that Lord Arthur had received the title of Invincible Knight. Before this, the first batch of soldiers who came with the warship had seen the Guardian planet covered in insect corpses. Those were all killed by Lord Arthur alone. At that time, their worship of Lord Arthur had reached its peak. It was easier for soldiers to worship the strong, not to mention Lord Arthur, who was born in the Federation. This special identity made it easier for the soldiers of the Federation to accept Lord Arthur. Although David had determined the source of the faith, he could not do anything about it. Why did he want to go to the portal? It was not for the great world of God, nor was it for the Federation. He was only doing it for himself. This was because David saw that the legendary Zerg was absorbing the power of faith. That meant that the legendary Zerg must have the inheritance of faith to become a god. Although the chances of the Shadow Attendant obtaining the inheritance of faith from the legendary Zerg's soul by killing it were not high, it was still a rare opportunity. David did not want to let go of this opportunity. Besides, after spending so much time with the Shadow Attendant, he actually found out the pattern of the Shadow Attendant obtaining knowledge from the soul to a certain extent. The Shadow Attendant would automatically determine his greatest need. If the Zerg's soul did not have the knowledge it needed, it would choose the most powerful knowledge. David was constantly transmitting to the Shadow Attendant in his mind. He wanted to obtain the inheritance of the legendary Zerg's faith to become a god. He wanted to use this method to increase the chances of obtaining the knowledge he needed. Of course, the level of the inheritance of faith to become a god was too high. David was not confident that the Shadow Attendant could obtain it from the soul of the legendary Zerg. The Shadow Attendant might not have a problem extracting normal talent abilities, but it was a little difficult to say when it came to the content of the gods. As David was thinking, the small scout ship suddenly accelerated, forcibly accelerating from a static state, and accelerated to the limit in just a few seconds without any buffer. At the same time, the first node in the distance had been generated, which made the small scout ship accelerate again. The huge inertia made all the soldiers on the small scout ship involuntarily pressed back in their seat. The soldiers here were all wearing exoskeleton armors, but even so, they were still affected by the huge inertia. At this time, the soldiers in the same cabin as David found that Lord Arthur seemed to be thinking about something. Such a huge inertia did not affect him at all. Lord Arthur's body was still in a relaxed state. Except for the gray robe on his body, there was no protection. He was leisurely in the huge inertia. So strong. The soldiers sighed in their hearts. In fact, if there were other level 5 Knight of the Holy Temple here, they would also be affected by the inertia. Although they would not be pressed into their seats, they would definitely not be as relaxed as David. Perhaps even David did not realize one thing. When the rule of inertia was applied to him, it was exempted by the stronger rule of strength in his body. Although David could not use the rule of strength to actively affect the main world, when the minuscule rule of strength in the main world wanted to act on him, it would be affected by the rule of strength. Thus, inertia appeared to have lost its effect on him. At this time, the soldiers found another thing, and that was that the strange pet-like creature on Lord Arthur's shoulder also did not react to the huge inertia. The principle was the same. David was affected by the rule of strength, and the Black Dragon Alexis was affected by the rule of strength of the Black Dragon. This little bit of inertia had no effect on the Black Dragon Alexis at all. After the first traction node ended, before the second traction node was activated, the speed of the small scout ship suddenly dropped, and all the soldiers rushed forward together. David and the Black Dragon Alexis were still sitting there leisurely, and did not notice this change at all. Under the constant traction, the small scout ship sailed at an unstable speed. Unfortunately, traction technology could only be used for military purposes. There were too many involved, and the cost and instability determined that it could not be used for civilian use. Only Kaji could withstand the power produced by traction technology. Lord Arthur, the end is in front. We can only stop here. After the last traction node ended, the officer unfastened his seatbelt and said to David. Chapter 961. David flew out of the small scout ship's hatch. He couldn't see anything in front of him. This was a safe zone, so of course, it was far enough away from the insectoids' gathering point. He knew that his strength was enough to attract the attention of the insectoids, so he summoned the silver pterosaur as soon as he flew out of the hatch. The silver pterosaur activated its invisibility ability, and he and the silver pterosaur disappeared together. Captain, Lord Arthur disappeared. The soldier in charge of the scanning device looked at the device in front of him in disbelief and reported. This was the Federation's most advanced scanning device. It could cover up to 1,000 kilometers, and as soon as Lord Arthur went out, the device lost its target. Stay at your post. Don't mention Lord Arthur again, the officer ordered in a deep voice. He was also shocked, but this operation was specially arranged by General Francis. It was a highly confidential mission, and as a soldier, he had to pay attention to confidentiality. He couldn't ask about things that he shouldn't ask about. David sat on the back of the silver pterosaur. The invisibility ability of the silver pterosaur was very convenient, so he didn't use the divine weapon Dark Shadow. Although the silver pterosaur's flying speed was very fast, it still took almost an hour to find the target in this space environment. When David saw the densely packed insectoids, he couldn't help but sigh at the size of the insectoids. Whether it was the great world of God or the Interstellar Federation, it would be very difficult for them to mobilize such a large force in such a short time. During this time, the number of insectoids in space had exceeded 5 billion. This number made David's scalp tingle. This was because he was about to enter the center of these 5 billion insectoid. Even if these insectoids didn't pose much of a threat to him, this scale was enough to make him feel scared. David lightly patted the silver pterosaur. The silver pterosaur didn't think as much as he did, and after receiving the order, it quietly entered the area where the insectoids were gathered. The silver pterosaur passed through the insectoids. Some of the insectoids were very close to each other, so the silver pterosaur had to constantly change its direction to find a more suitable route. Fortunately, the 5 billion insectoids were very quiet. They were all praying in the same direction. This gave David a clear indication of the location of the legendary arachnid. Otherwise, with 5 billion arachnids surrounding it, it would be troublesome to locate it. David saw many zergs that he had never seen before. He could not help but turn on the camera function on his ID bracelet. Although the ID bracelet did not have the ability to connect to Skynet in the great world of God, after the federal military opened up the function for him, the normal function could still be used, and it was legal to use. It wasn't that he didn't have other identity bracelets in his dimensional pendant, but those identity bracelets were used for various identities. Now that the Federation's army was nearby, there were countless signal scanners. If he used those identity bracelets here, his identity would inevitably be exposed. It was a legitimate ID bracelet, and Lord Arthur's identity could be used at will. David believed that after returning this time, he could increase the number of species of insectoids by hundreds, and update the current knowledge of insectoids in the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. It was unexpectedly smooth. David could not believe that he had passed through the 5 billion arachnids without any of them noticing his arrival. He could already see the legendary arachnid from where he was. Its height of 100 meters and its huge body showed everyone that it was different from the rest. The legendary arachnid was very close to the portal, and the portal was very busy, with arachnids constantly pouring out. These arachnids quietly flew to the side and then began to pray to the legendary arachnid. It was estimated that if this legendary arachnid was given some time, When the number of arachnids exceeded 10 billion, the legendary arachnid would receive a huge amount of faith power every second. Just as David was observing the situation, the black dragon Alexis suddenly reminded, "Lord Arthur, there's a god-tier existence behind the portal, you must be careful." David glanced at the portal. He did not know how the black dragon Alexis discovered it, but he believed in the black dragon Alexis's words. However, at this moment, after glancing at the portal, he immediately returned his attention to the legendary arachnid. At this distance, he could clearly sense the faith power lingering around the legendary arachnid. The amount of faith power was far beyond his imagination. If the faith power lingering around David was a small stream, then the faith power around the legendary arachnid was an ocean. Could this be the confidence of the arachnid to create a god? David thought in his heart. His eyes flashed. He took the risk to come here, and his goal was this legendary arachnid. He wanted to get what he wanted from this legendary arachnid. "Alexis, can your main body kill this legendary arachnid in one breath's time?" David asked the black dragon Alexis. "No problem, but there are too many arachnids here, and I have to split my attention to deal with the god-tier arachnid outside the portal. I can sense too many strange innate abilities, so we have to retreat in 5 breaths' time at most. Otherwise, we may not be able to guarantee your safety 100%. The black dragon Alexis said worriedly. Dealing with a legendary arachnid, and a newly promoted one at that, was just a casual matter for the black dragon Alexis. The 5 billion arachnids and the god-tier arachnid outside the portal were the real problem. Let's talk about the 5 billion arachnids first. The black dragon Alexis could sense many types of special innate abilities. With so many special innate abilities, with the black dragon Alexis' strong defense, there was no need to worry. However, David's body could not guarantee that it would be able to withstand these attacks. Moreover, there were 5 billion arachnids. 5 billion crazy arachnids. As long as one arachnid bit, even a level 5 armor would not be able to withstand so many attacks. At that time, with countless innate abilities attacking at once, it was hard to say what the consequences would be. The god-tier arachnid outside the portal had defeated the god of war. Although the god of war could only use a limited amount of power at that time, the result of this battle showed how strong his combat power was. If the black dragon Alexis was at its peak, it would not have cared about these enemies at all. However, its soul was now heavily injured, and with David as a burden, it had to consider David's safety. Kill the invincible legendary arachnid in 1 breath's time, stuff the corpse into my portal pendant, and then shrink your body. You don't have to worry about anything else. David ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Lord Arthur. The black dragon Alexis did not argue. As long as David was in danger, it would definitely step in. David took out the sealing artifact. In fact, when the black dragon Alexis said that there was a god-tier arachnid guarding the portal, he knew that the shrine's mission was impossible to complete. The arachnids had discovered this portal that was directly connected to the great world of God. How could they not consider the possibility of it being sealed? David took out the sealing artifact at this time, not because he wanted to seal the portal, but because he wanted the arachnid to be occupied. The silver pterosaur continued to fly forward. When it was about to approach the portal and the legendary arachnid, the level 5 arachnid, space giant beetle, suddenly opened its eyes and looked in David's direction. At the same time, 2 other level 5 arachnids and more than 10 level 4 arachnids did the same thing behind the space giant beetle. Without thinking too much, David knew that his whereabouts had been exposed. The silver pterosaur had also reached a sufficient distance. Its instantaneous movement talent was activated. The silver pterosaur's body flashed and directly appeared in front of the arachnids. The sealing artifact in David's hand that had been activated long ago shot out a golden light towards the portal. Within the golden light, one could vaguely see countless sealing runes flashing. Just as the golden light approached the portal, a thick leg stretched out of the portal and went towards the golden light. The thick legs didn't seem to be very fast, but when the golden light landed in front of the spatial door, it intercepted the golden light. The golden light exploded, dispersing into countless sealing runes. These sealing runes continued to fly towards the spatial door. Terrifying energy flashed on the thick leg, and the sealing runes disappeared one by one. Just as David activated the sealing artifact, the black dragon Alexis also moved. A body the size of a small mountain appeared and forcibly pushed away all the arachnids nearby. The black dragon Alexis knew that it had very little time. It only had one target, and that was the legendary arachnids. This was David's order. The black dragon Alexis split some of its attention to watch over David's safety, while it reached out its dragon claws to grab the legendary arachnids. As soon as the black dragon Alexis appeared, its god-level aura swept across space, causing the arachnids that wanted to attack because of David's sudden appearance to stop abruptly. Although the legendary arachnids were hundreds of meters tall, they were still like little brothers in front of the black dragon Alexis. The legendary arachnids' adaptability was very strong. They were only affected by the god-level aura of the black dragon Alexis for a moment before recovering. However, when the legendary arachnid recovered, it could only clearly sense the process of its death. To be honest, to let the black dragon Alexis kill the legendary arachnid with all its might was extremely unfair to the legendary arachnid. Even until its death, the legendary arachnid did not understand what made it worth a god-level powerhouse to ambush it. The legendary arachnid also did not understand when a god-level powerhouse could be so shameless. Even a god-level arachnid would not ambush a low-level target. This was not the demeanor a god-level powerhouse should have. No matter how the legendary arachnid thought about it, the black dragon Alexis had been imprisoned by the Grim Reaper for tens of thousands of years, and had also been tortured for tens of thousands of years. Later on, it had signed a master-servant contract with David. The black dragon Alexis reached out its dragon claw and grabbed the legendary arachnid's neck like it was grabbing a chicken. With a slight force, it shattered the arachnid's heart. The black dragon Alexis still remembered David's order and killed the legendary arachnid in half a breath's time. It then used the last breath to put the legendary arachnid's corpse into David's dimensional pendant. The shadow attendant also used this opportunity to absorb the legendary arachnid's soul. After David activated the sealing artifact, he did not stay idle. He activated the plague innate ability, and at the same time opened his mouth to release the dragon's roar innate ability. His 101 soul doppelgangers each shot out countless mutated lightning. He did not have to worry about accidentally injuring the black dragon Alexis. His attacks were nothing more than tickles to the black dragon Alexis. Of course, David did not want to use these innate abilities to fight against the 5 billion arachnids around him. The plague innate ability was activated, and it turned into a cloud of black fog that covered an area of 80 kilometers. The dragon's roar of the dragon's roar also shocked most of the arachnids for a short period of time. The mutated lightning caused the entire battlefield to be filled with flashes of lightning, confusing the arachnids' judgment. David put the shrunken black dragon Alexis into the dimensional token. He activated the lightning body and turned into one of the many flashes of lightning. Everything happened so fast that the arachnids were not prepared for the surprise attack at all. When the arachnid destroyed all the sealing runes of the sealing artifact, what they saw was chaos. The terrifying poison that was more than level 5 swept through the arachnids within 80 kilometers. There were not many arachnids who could resist it immediately. David turned into lightning and followed a group of flashes of lightning to escape the 80-kilometer range. After using the lightning body, he was no longer restrained by his body weight, and the speed law greatly increased his speed. Just when David felt that he should have escaped the attack range of the arachnid, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. The threat of death was coming. He had a feeling that his lightning body was not immune to this attack at all. He had two choices at this time. One was to summon the Black Dragon Alexis, but then both he and the Black Dragon Alexis would be in the attack range of the arachnid, and they would be surrounded by the arachnid. It would be a tough fight. The second choice was to forcefully take the attack of the arachnid and widen the distance between them. After that, he would summon the Black Dragon Alexis and let it take him away. By then, no arachnid would be able to catch up to them. Without much consideration, or perhaps due to his confidence in himself, David deactivated the lightning body and revealed his true form. A pair of white energy wings appeared on his back, completely protecting his body. David used the white energy wings to block the fatal attack of the god of plagues Gladstone. Now that he was much stronger than before, he believed that he could still survive the attack of the arachnid. Almost as soon as the white energy wings covered his body, a shock wave hit him. It was an attack from the thick leg that stretched out of the portal. It shot a beam of energy at David from afar. Chapter 962. David had overestimated his own abilities. He didn't know that in front of a true god-tier powerhouse, all of his concealment was a joke. Indeed, his tricks had confused the god-tier insectoid for half a breath. The insectoid god-tier insectoid thought he was still using his spatial powers to hide, but when he realized there were no spatial fluctuations, he scanned the area and discovered him. David thought he was being very careful. He even stopped the shadow attendant from absorbing the soul energy and locked the shadow attendant in his body. The insectoid god-tier insectoid was furious. If it was just the Black Dragon Alexis, the insectoid god-tier insectoid might have been able to accept it. However, David, who was just an ant in the insectoid god-tier's eyes, had provoked the insectoid god-tier insectoid and arrogantly abandoned the protection of the Black Dragon Alexis when he escaped. This made the insectoid god-tier insectoid feel humiliated. Of course, the insectoid god-tier insectoid was even more furious that a legendary insectoid had been killed. It was fine to kill a legendary insectoid, but the body of the legendary insectoid had to be recovered. Under normal circumstances, if a legendary insectoid was killed, as long as it was within the great world of God, the insectoid god-tier could retrieve the golden pattern. However, who would have thought that the Black Dragon Alexis would kill the legendary insectoid in one hit and put the body into the space pendant? The space pendant was a divine artifact to a certain extent. The insectoid god-tier insectoid couldn't retrieve anything from it, even if the golden pattern had a strong connection to the insectoid god-tier. Everything happened so quickly that the insectoid god-tier insectoid couldn't react in time. Originally, the golden pattern was given to the legendary insectoid to help it level up quickly. The true name of the golden pattern was the Royal Inheritance Pattern. The Royal Insectoid was also known as the God-tier in the human world. This Royal Inheritance Pattern belonged to the insectoid God-tier. After leaving the pattern, the insectoid God-tier insectoid would never be able to increase its strength. Its strength would even slowly decrease. The royal bloodline inheritance rune would only appear in insectoids with royal bloodline. However, the number of insectoids with royal bloodline was extremely rare. It would be hard for one to appear every 10,000 years. Moreover, not every insectoid with royal bloodline would have the royal bloodline inheritance rune. The probability of this was extremely low. Almost all the God-level bug tribe God-level had become God-level because of the royal inheritance rune. Currently, there were less than 10 royal inheritance runes in the bug tribe world, and some of them were in the growth stage. For example, the God-level Bug Clan's Emperor Inheritance Rune. Due to the Bug Clan's God-level Bug Clan's development, the Emperor Inheritance Rune could directly lead to the God level. After giving such an Emperor Inheritance Rune to the level 5 Zerg from before, it would naturally allow that Zerg to continue to grow. Legendary was only the first step. Following that, there was a high possibility of becoming a demigod and god. The original plan was for the legendary level insectoids to rely on the Emperor Inheritance rune to continuously increase their strength. When the number of insectoids reached a certain level, they would launch an attack in all directions to buy time for the legendary level insectoids to grow. The Emperor Inheritance rune was too important, so the god-level insectoid would not leave it alone. Therefore, the god-level insectoid had been guarding outside the portal. If there was any problem, the god-level insectoid would either save the legendary-level insectoid or take back the Emperor Inheritance rune. Once the Emperor Inheritance rune was taken back, without the support of the Emperor Inheritance rune, even if the insectoid reached god level, their strength would slowly regress. If it wasn't for a new world, the god-level insectoid would definitely not let the Emperor Inheritance rune leave his body. One must know that the insectoids were not a race that liked to help others. If it wasn't for a greater benefit, the god-level insectoid would definitely not take the risk. David had no idea what he had done, but it was definitely something that made the god-level insectoid hate him to the core. When the god-level insectoid saw that his attack had landed on David, he let out a long sigh of relief. At least the Emperor Inheritance rune would not be lost. However, what happened next made the god-level insectoid doubt his life. The shockwave from the god-level insectoid's angry attack was something that almost nothing could withstand. However, the shockwave from the god-level insectoid's angry attack did not cause any damage to the white energy feather wings. However, the powerful shockwave caused David, who was protected by the wings, to suffer heavy injuries. Many parts of his body were broken into pieces. David used the indestructible life force in his bones to heal himself while using the terrifying shockwave to fly into the distance. His body was like a bullet, shooting through countless insectoids in a straight line. The insectoids in front of him all had their bodies pierced through. Even so, it did not slow him down at all. One must know that this was the driving force of the god-level insectoid's angry attack. In addition, David was using all his strength to control the white feather wings to increase his speed. This allowed him to reach an unprecedented speed. You can't escape. I've memorized your aura. No matter where you go, I'll find you. Before David's figure disappeared from the range of the god-level insectoid's senses, the insectoid sent a message to David. David curled his lips in disdain. He had seen many god-level powerhouses and had long since lost his respect for them. He did not care about the threat of the god-level insectoid at all. To be honest, the threat of the god-level insectoid was not even as great as the Grim Reaper. The god-level insectoid could not enter the great world of God at all. Even if they did, they would be restricted by the great world of God's laws, and their strength would be greatly reduced. It was hard to say whether the god-level insectoid would come looking for trouble with David, or if David would bring the black dragon Alexis to look for trouble with the god-level insectoid. David's direction of escape was very accurate. His target was the small scout ship. The small scout ship would wait for him there for a period of time. If it exceeded the time limit, it would not wait any longer. This was Admiral Francis's arrangement. It was also the Interstellar Federation's help that they could provide. Of course, Admiral Francis also hoped that this would allow David to quickly return to the Guardian planet. The Guardian planet needed David's help. It's Lord Arthur. Hurry up and open the hatch. The officer saw a figure appear in the distance. He then saw David in a sorry state and hurriedly gave the order. David was indeed in a bad state. The gray robe he was wearing was a divine artifact, so it was not damaged. However, his hair was messy, and there were red marks of blood flowing from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. It was obvious that David was in this state because he was severely injured. Return to the Guardian planet immediately, David said in a deep voice as he sensed the god-level insectoids not far behind him. At this point, David did not need to say anything. The officer had already seen the data on the screen. Countless light dots appeared. Those were the god-level insectoids. If they did not leave soon, not only would they be killed by the god-level insectoids, they might even be accidentally hit by the long-range main cannon of the battleship. Turn on the tractor and return at full speed. The officer did not know how David had angered the god-level insectoids, but he knew that David had done something big. He ordered loudly. When the small scout warship began to accelerate, its speed steadily increasing and entering a state of extreme speed, David was finally able to relax. If he was given another chance, he would definitely not take a hit from a god-level insectoid with his body. David was only severely injured. Under the effect of the indestructible life force, it would not take long for him to recover. However, only he knew that his estimation was wrong. He thought that he was far enough away from the god-level insectoid that he could escape with light injuries at most. The power of the god-level insectoid was clearly beyond his imagination. Perhaps the god of plagues Gladstone was not even on the same level as the god-level insectoid. This kind of misjudgment was very dangerous. If David was even a little closer, his body would have been destroyed even with the protection of the white energy wings. Perhaps he would only be left with his bones and wings. These were not things that the god-level insectoid could damage. "Lord Arthur, are you okay?" The officer sat in his seat and endured the discomfort caused by the speed as he asked with concern. "Just some minor injuries. It's not a big deal." David smiled at the officer and replied. The officer saw that David's face was slowly recovering. Seeing that David did not look like he was severely injured, he was relieved. At this time, David released the Black Dragon Alexis from the space card. The Black Dragon Alexis, who had shrunk its body, returned to his shoulder. After the Black Dragon Alexis came out, it said to David through the master-servant contract, "Lord Arthur, no matter what, please do not take such risks again. I will never leave your side." The Black Dragon Alexis was really frightened. It could sense David's situation through the master-servant contract from the space card. Of course, this was allowed by David. After seeing David forcefully take a hit from the god-level insectoid, the Black Dragon Alexis almost broke the space card. Fortunately, it did not sense that David's life was in danger. However, the Black Dragon Alexis was still frightened. David's life was not only related to David's, but also the Black Dragon Alexis' life. "Ahem, I won't do it again." David was a little embarrassed by the Black Dragon Alexis' words. This was his mistake. There's a huge gap between the celestial ranks. You don't know what your wings are. Although they can negate most of the attacks, the remaining ones are still not something you can withstand. You can't risk your life. You have a better choice. Alexis the Black Dragon continued. "Alexis, the god-level insectoid threatened me. It said it remembered my scent." David quickly changed the topic. "Remembering your scent? That's a problem. However, the god-level insectoid cannot enter the great world of God. It'll be fine as long as you don't enter the insectoid world. After a few years, when I fully recover and you become a god-level insectoid, we'll work together. It'll be lucky if the god-level insectoid can survive." The Black Dragon Alexis said with disdain. David was on his way back when the 5 huge shrines on Tula rang at the same time. In the golden tent in the middle, Bishop McKinley's face changed when he heard the alarm. He immediately opened the communication circle to check the situation. The alarm was only sounded when the god-level scent was detected. Bishop McKinley was worried that the evil gods were causing trouble behind the scenes when the great world of God and the insectoid world were at war. Especially when the Grim Reaper had recently awakened. This was not a peaceful evil god. Just the space gate alone was enough to give the shrines a headache. If something else happened, the shrines would be even busier. When Bishop McKinley checked the range of the scent, he first heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he became nervous. Contact Lord Arthur immediately. He ordered the priest beside him. The priest quickly activated the communication circle used by the shrines. This communication circle had extremely high authority. Bishop, we can't establish contact, the priest quickly replied. Bishop McKinley's face turned even darker. The god level sent near the space gate in the chaotic star zone disappeared after a short while. However, it was still captured by the shrine's network. The god level sent in that direction could only mean that the god level insectoid had appeared again. Bishop McKinley immediately thought of the mission issued by the shrines. Lord Arthur had accepted that mission. However, he still had a glimmer of hope. Lord Arthur might not have gone to the space gate to complete that mission. However, the fact that the communication circle could not be established made Bishop McKinley even more worried. Contact the Knight of the Lodexter Temple and the Knight of the Nelson Temple. Ask for Lord Arthur's whereabouts. Bishop McKinley ordered again. This time, the priest took some time. It took a few minutes before he ended the call. Bishop, Lord Arthur borrowed the Interstellar Federation's warship to go to the space gate. He should have arrived by now. The priest reported. You can go now. Bishop McKinley's face turned pale as he waved his hand. In his heart, he had already sentenced Lord Arthur to death. The consequences of encountering a god-level insectoid were not difficult to predict. Of course, Bishop McKinley did not think that Lord Arthur would die. He still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He hoped that Lord Arthur could still be as magical as ever. President Gould, the bishop is busy right now. Please wait for a moment. I will inform you. The priest's voice came from outside the door. The door was then pushed open and President Gould appeared. You can leave first. McKinley saw President Gould and understood what was going on. He said to the priest, Bishop McKinley, do the shrines know that the space gate is guarded by a god-level insectoid? President Gould's eyes were sharp as he asked in a deep voice. After hearing the alarm of the shrines, President Gould had a bad feeling in his heart. This was especially true when he could not contact Lord Arthur either. Because of this, President Gould disregarded his status and barged into the shrine's tent to demand an explanation from Bishop McKinley. President Gould, just like you, I am very concerned about Lord Arthur. I hope he is safe. The shrines will not send out a mission that will definitely kill Lord Arthur. He has just received the title of Invincible Knight. If he falls, it will be a great blow to the morale of all knights. Bishop McKinley explained helplessly. Chapter 963. David had no idea that there was a conflict between the shrines and the Supreme Council for the sake of his safety. Not only did Chairman Gould and Bishop McKinley, but the entire Tula Star also knew that Lord Arthur had gone to the space portal to carry out the mission of the shrines. All Level 5 knights had received that mission, but none of them dared to accept it due to the difficulty and danger of the mission. However, Lord Arthur still accepted such a dangerous mission. In the eyes of all the knights, it was a form of dedication. For the sake of the peace of the great world of God and to defeat the invading Zergs, Lord Arthur still went to the space portal despite knowing that it was extremely dangerous. Even with more than 100 Level 5 knights, 2,000 Level 4 Sky Knights, small-scale war shrines, and the appearance of the God of War, they still couldn't do anything to the space portal. However, even so, Lord Arthur still went to the space portal. Sadness spread among the knights, and some knights had already started singing the knight's song for Lord Arthur. No knight thought that Lord Arthur could return safely. The warning bells of the shrines just now were enough to prove everything. David sat in the cabin and scanned the space pendant with his mind to observe the corpses of the legendary level Zergs. He had a strong feeling that his efforts were not in vain this time. However, due to the unsuitable environment, David couldn't check his gains, and could only wait until he returned to the Guardian Star. Time passed bit by bit, and 10 hours later, When the small reconnaissance spaceship slowed down, David could already see the Guardian star through the eyes of the shadow attendant outside the cabin. David, who was a little anxious, got the officer to open the cabin door, and flew directly to the Guardian star. The Knight of Dexter's Sanctum bowed to General Francis in the command room. "General Francis, I beg you to send a scout to check the portal again to see if Lord Arthur is in danger." Next to the Dexter Temple Knight was a knight from the Nelson Temple. When the shrines asked them about Lord Arthur, they knew something big had happened. They contacted their friends and found out that something might have happened to Lord Arthur. That was why they came to General Francis in a hurry. "Knight of the Holy Temple, it's not that I don't want to help, but the insectoids at the portal are heading towards the Guardian planet. Our scanners can't even get close to the portal," General Francis said helplessly. "Is there really no other way?" The Knight of the Nelson Temple muttered with tears in his eyes. He still remembered how Lord Arthur had crossed the starfield of chaos and appeared by his side at his most desperate moment, saving him from despair. There were many insectoids in the starfield of chaos at the time, and it was very dangerous. However, Lord Arthur, who they had only met by chance, still came. Now, Lord Arthur was going on a dangerous mission for the safety of the great world of God. Just when the atmosphere in the command room was extremely tense, a voice came from the screen. "Reporting, General. The first scout team has returned. Lord Arthur has returned with them." The first scout team was the small scout ship that had sent David to the portal. Since their mission was to scout on the front lines, they had the right to report to the command center first. "Please repeat. Is Lord Arthur safe?" General Francis quickly walked to the light screen and pressed the reply button as he asked loudly. "Reporting, General. Lord Arthur was injured on the way back. The insectoids were chasing after Lord Arthur, so we retreated as fast as we could," the scout team's officer reported. "That's good." General Francis had a smile on his face. "That's great. I knew Lord Arthur would be fine," the Knight of the Dexter Temple said with a laugh, completely forgetting his sadness. General Francis fiddled with the screen again, and Lord Arthur's figure appeared on the screen. Lord Arthur was forcing his way into the Guardian planet from outer space. He wasn't even wearing armor. What was strange was that he didn't cause any friction when entering the atmosphere at such a high speed. At this time, no one cared about this. When General Francis and the two fifth-rank Temple Knights saw David's silhouette, they felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from their hearts. "Let's go welcome Lord Arthur." General Francis invited the two level 5 knights with a smile. "Let's welcome our hero." The Knight of the Dexter Temple nodded. He didn't look like he was joking at all. Instead, he looked like he was certain that Lord Arthur was the hero of the great world of God. David landed in front of the command center. He had the authority to enter the command center. The ground passage opened automatically. As soon as he walked in, he saw General Francis, the Knight of the Dexter Temple, and the Knight of the Nelson Temple. "Great Invincible Knight, Lord Arthur, welcome back." The Knight of the Dexter Temple and the Knight of the Nelson Temple saluted in unison. General Francis saluted. "Why are you waiting for me here?" David looked at them in surprise. "Lord Arthur, is your communication circle turned off? We couldn't contact you, so we thought something had happened to you," the Knight of the Nelson Temple said with a smile. David slapped his head. This was because the mission involved a legendary or even a god-level existence. He was worried that the waves of the communication circle would be discovered by the insectoids, so he turned it off during the mission. He was so excited afterward that he forgot about it. David scanned the Lord-class communication circle with his will, and countless messages flashed. Almost everyone who had the authority to contact him had sent a message to his circle. He didn't know that in these 10 hours, the entire great world of God was moved by his spirit. What was the spirit of a knight? Protecting, sacrificing, fearlessness, bravery, and so on. These were all the spirit of a knight, but anyone who could do it, especially at the level of a level 5 knight, would have a connection. No one could sacrifice themselves just because they wanted to. Fearlessness and bravery were a thing of the past. However, knights greatly yearned for this spirit. Lord Arthur used his actions to tell all knights, all nobles, and all the people of the great world of God what the true spirit of a knight was. The 5 shrines also promoted Lord Arthur's spirit to reduce the impact of the fall of the invincible knight. This caused Lord Arthur's reputation in the great world of God to rise again. In the past, Lord Arthur's reputation was that he was fierce, vengeful, and ruthless. Anyone who offended him would have their clan destroyed. Later, with the growth of Lord Arthur's strength and his association with the top nobles, his reputation was reversed to a certain extent. However, the nobles of the great world of God still feared him more than they respected him. It wasn't until Lord Arthur killed many level 5 bishops, especially the level 5 Bishop Myron who had lived for thousands of years, that the great world of God's view of Lord Arthur changed greatly. The small flaws of geniuses could be tolerated, let alone a peerless genius like Lord Arthur. In the end, from the title of the Invincible Knight to the shrine's remedial propaganda for Lord Arthur's sacrifice, Lord Arthur's reputation was raised to an extremely high level. I need to reply to some messages. David saw that Chairman Gould had been making contact requests, so he couldn't help but smile apologetically to Admiral Francis and the 2 level 5 bishops. "Of course, please," Admiral Francis said with a smile. Admiral Francis and the 2 level 5 Temple Knights stepped aside to make it easier for David to speak. "Lord Arthur." Chairman Gould, who was sitting in the tent, kept applying for contact. Although he also felt that this kind of application was useless, he still persisted. It was only when his application was approved that he asked in disbelief, "What's going on?" "Chairman Gould, I'm sorry to have made you worry. I turned off the communication circle when I was on a mission," David said with a smile, feeling the concern of Chairman Gould. "It's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay." Chairman Gould felt his whole body relax as he laughed loudly. For 10 hours, Chairman Gould had been worried about David. He didn't expect David to really be alive. This mentality of regaining what he had lost made Chairman Gould forget himself. "Chairman Gould, please report to the shrines that my mission has failed. The portal is guarded by a god-level Zerg, so the sealing artifact can't be used," David reported helplessly. This mission issued by the shrines was definitely a huge trap. If it were anyone else, they would have died in front of the portal because of David. "Don't care about the mission. The shrines must give us an explanation for sending a level 5 Temple Knight to fight against a god-level Zerg," Chairman Gould said in a deep voice, no longer caring about the mission. "I have a video of the mission here. Please send it to the shrines as a reference. They can choose someone else to continue the mission. Also, I'll send the sealing artifact back. Please accept it," David said as he took out the sealing artifact and removed the ownership. He also edited the video in his identity bracelet, keeping the part where the god-level Zerg broke the sealing artifact, and sent it to Chairman Gould through the Lord-level communication circle. "I'll send the video of the mission over. I'll leave the sealing artifact for you. Why should I send it back?" Chairman Gould said coldly. "Also, I've killed the legendary insectoid that I reported to you last time," David said as he recalled the legendary insectoid. David's voice wasn't loud, but they were in an underground passage. Although General Francis, the Dexter Temple Knight, and the Nelson Temple Knight were some distance away, they could still hear his voice. When they heard that the legendary Zerg had been killed during the mission, the 3 of them had a strange look on their faces. That was a legendary Zerg. How could it be that Lord Arthur had said that he had killed a legendary Zerg in passing? It was very easy for him to say that, but they had all seen the 100-meter-tall body of the arachnid. Even if such a huge legendary rank arachnid were to stand there and let a 5th rank temple knight hack at it, it would be hard to say whether or not it could be harmed. Even if the Zerg could hurt the Zerg, it would probably only be on the surface. With such a huge body, the thickness of the shell alone wouldn't be so easy to break. On the other side of the Lord-level communication circle, Chairman Gould's expression was also very bad. His face was distorted. In a short period of time, Chairman Gould had experienced the bad news of his best friend's death, his best friend's safety, and then David's statement that he had killed a legendary Zerg made him almost lose control. "You killed a legendary Zerg in passing?" Chairman Gould asked in a serious tone. "That legendary Zerg was in the middle of some kind of ritual. I really didn't do anything." David also realized that his tone was casual and hurriedly explained. "Based on your estimation, how many Zergs are there in the portal?" Chairman Gould continued to ask. "About 5 billion. David immediately gave a clear number. Chairman Gould was really speechless. David had entered the 5 billion Zergs, first activated the sealing artifact, and was blocked by a divine Zerg. Then, he killed a legendary Zerg and escaped. I have to report your situation to the shrines. They all thought that you had fallen." Chairman Gould decided to end the communication first. He needed to calm down. David looked at the communication circle and casually replied to some important friends before putting away the communication circle. "Admiral Francis, I'm very sorry. My actions may have led the Zergs here." David bowed to Admiral Francis. "Lord Arthur, the legendary Zerg has been killed. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to deal with the remaining level 5 Zergs. No matter how many Zergs there are, they won't be a threat to us," Admiral Francis said with a laugh. The Zergs were stalling for time. It seemed that the Zergs had time for the legendary Zergs to evolve, but it also gave the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation time to prepare. Now, on the Guardian planet and the nearby star fields, tens of thousands of various warships were gathered in space. The logistics had also brought enough war supplies for the fleet to fight a long war. Of course, the Interstellar Federation's military was now elated. After receiving a large amount of Zerg materials from David, not only was the military unprecedentedly united, but they were also waiting for the Federal High Command's distribution plan. Even the civilian Kaji had applied to join the military in order to get the corresponding resources. Therefore, the military's reinforcements were very smooth. As for President Barnard of the Federation, he was now in the process of being impeached, and his political future was completely over. The morale of the military personnel in the great world of God was high. They all wanted to continue to get more resources, and to get more resources they had to fight the Zergs. Although there weren't many resources left from the space weapons, as long as there were enough of them, the resources wouldn't be too little. Not to mention, they still had Lord Arthur, that terrifyingly powerful existence, the invincible knight of the great world of God. "The level 5 Zergs will be dealt with by me, the Dexter Temple Knight, and the Nelson Temple Knight. The rest of the Zergs will require the Federation's help," David said with a smile and a bow. Chapter 964. The insectoids are the common enemy of the Federation and the great world of God. It's been like this for 10,000 years. It's an honor to fight alongside you. General Francis laughed. After learning about the death of the legendary Zerg, his worries about the battle had disappeared. Although he felt that Overlord Arthur was exaggerating, in fact, before the battle, the strength of such a comrade was very reassuring. "Knight of the Dexter Temple, Knight of the Nelson Temple, return to your posts. I'm going to rest. Call me when the insectoids arrive," David said to the 2 level 5 knights. It was only then that General Francis, the Knight of the Dexter Temple, and the Knight of the Nelson Temple remembered what their captain had said. Lord Arthur had returned with injuries. However, the three of them did not believe that Lord Arthur's injuries were light. After all, the enemy that could injure the invincible knight Lord Arthur had to be extremely terrifying. The knight of the Dexter Temple and the knight of the Nelson Temple, in particular, had already recalled the news from the great world of God that a godly aura had appeared in the direction of the spatial gate. "Lord Arthur, we won't disturb your rest. Please go rest," the knight of the Nelson Temple hurriedly said with a bow. David smiled and said goodbye to the three of them before returning to his room. "Judging from your expressions, was Lord Arthur's trip dangerous?" After David's figure disappeared, Admiral Francis couldn't help but ask after seeing the expressions on the faces of the two fifth-rank Temple Knights. Lord Arthur's injuries should have been caused by an insectoid god. His mission this time was not as easy as he made it out to be. The knight of the Nelson Temple was still looking in the direction David had disappeared with a look of worship on his face. Lord Arthur had returned to the Guardian planet alive, and the news spread across to a planet. Cheers could be heard all over to a planet. After the shrines spared no effort in spreading the news, Lord Arthur became the idol of the night. In particular, the shrines believed that Lord Arthur was dead for sure and did not hold back when spreading the news. They did everything they could to shock people. Under such circumstances, the news that Lord Arthur was still alive caused even more commotion. Then the second news came. Lord Arthur had successfully killed a legendary insectoid at the spatial gate. The news that the Interstellar Federation's military had discovered a legendary insectoid at the spatial gate had spread among the night of the great world of God. Not many people thought that the news of Overlord Arthur killing a legendary arachnid was fake, because the moment the battle started, the existence of the legendary arachnid would be verified immediately. With Lord Arthur's current fame, there was no need for him to increase his fame like this. This time, even many top nobles had publicly acknowledged Lord Arthur's strength. The title Invincible Knight had also replaced Lord Arthur's name on many occasions. The result of this was that the power of faith around David continued to increase, providing him with the strongest foundation to continue training. In truth, it was impossible to obtain much faith in the great world of God without the help of the shrines. Even if one obtained some faith through some small means, they would be destroyed by the shrines at any time. When David returned to his room, he found it strange that the power of faith around him had increased so much in such a short time. However, he still could not control the power of faith at this time. This made him even more anxious to investigate his harvest this time. When he returned to his room, David estimated the time when the first batch of insectoids would arrive. Due to the towing technology used by the small scout ship, its speed was far faster than the speed of the insectoid army. At least for a day, there would not be a large number of insectoids arriving. He could use this time to his heart's content. Thinking of this, he took out the divine portal card and entered the training space with a thought. In his room, the divine portal card hovered in the air for a breath of time before disappearing. The harvest this time was quite big, and David did not know what kind of impact it would have, so he chose to enter the training space and check his harvest in his own independent world. David did not look at the corpse of the legendary insectoid in the portal pendant. Instead, he summoned the shadow attendant. He could not wait to see the knowledge ball in the shadow attendant's body. With excitement, uneasiness, and hesitation, he entered the shadow attendant's body and ordered the shadow attendant to list out the knowledge ball he had obtained this time. This time, the number of insectoids he had killed in the portal was uncountable. David had activated the Plague talent ability in the midst of the insectoids, and he had also used the Dragon's Roar with all his strength. Whether it was the Plague or the Dragon's Roar, these two talents could cause great damage to enemies within an 80 kilometers radius. These two talents were above level 5. When used in space where the insectoids were densely packed, there were not many insectoids that could survive within an 80 kilometers radius. However, even after killing so many insectoids, David only obtained the soul energy of that legendary insectoid. At that time, when he was targeted by a divine insectoid, he did not dare to release the Shadow Attendant. Although the Shadow Attendant's stealth was almost invulnerable, as long as it absorbed soul energy, a divine level could discover the existence of the Shadow Attendant. The last time Kieran entered Plague God Gladstone's small world, God of Plague Gladstone had proven it to be true. For the sake of the soul energy, David did not want the Shadow Attendant to take the risk. Besides, apart from the soul energy above level 5, the rest of the soul energy was not of much help to him and the Black Dragon Alexis. David's eyes were focused on the only knowledge ball. Needless to say, this was the knowledge ball of the legendary insectoid. This was his biggest hope of obtaining the inheritance of faith and becoming a god. It was also related to whether his future path of growth would be smooth. Blade Domain, Legendary Grade Talent, Knowledge Ball. David saw the name of this knowledge ball, and a feeling of disappointment rose in his heart. David looked at the description of the Blade Domain, Legendary Talent, Knowledge Ball with reluctance. To be honest, this ability was really powerful. It could fill the spiritual range with blades under his control and kill all enemies within the range. Unlike David's other talents, this talent's attack power was stronger because the minimum learning requirement for this talent was to be at the legendary rank. Having a legendary rank create their own domain around them was a sign of the peak of the legendary rank. If David had gone a few days later, he might have had to kill a demigod insectoid. It would be hard to say if it would have been so smooth. If the injured Black Dragon Alexis wanted to kill a demigod insectoid in an instant, even the Black Dragon Alexis would not be able to guarantee it. That legendary insectoid had used the secret technique of the royal insectoid family to forcefully advance through the flesh and souls of countless insectoid. Although this kind of rapid advancement had some side effects, the speed of advancement was far faster than ordinary advancement. This was also what the insectoids needed, to allow the legendary insectoids to advance in the shortest time possible. No matter what level the legendary insectoid reached, as long as the war was approaching, the godly insectoid would take back the Emperor Legendary Rune. Therefore, the fastest advancement was the mission of the legendary insectoid. No matter what method was used, in just a few days, the legendary insectoids had reached the peak of the legendary rank. The Blade Domain, Legendary Talent, attack power was terrifying. Once activated, countless blades would appear within 80 kilometers of David. Each blade's attack power was comparable to David's own strength. This talent was specially prepared by the Zerg for the legendary Zerg to prepare for the upcoming war. Just thinking about it, even if the legendary insectoids did not advance, as long as they had the Blade Domain talent, they would cause hell on any planet. With the power of the Blade Domain, besieging the legendary insectoids was no longer effective. Only in a one-on-one situation could one forcefully defeat the legendary insectoids. However, the problem was that the great world of God had been suppressed by the shrines for a long time. Even legendary ranks could not appear, let alone peak legendary rank. How could one defeat a legendary insectoid in a one-on-one situation? But then again, this legendary insectoid could be considered unlucky. It encountered the Black Dragon Alexis, a true godly power, in its first battle. It was likely that the legendary insectoid did not understand why there was such an unfair assassination even in its death. After truly understanding the details of the Blade Domain, Legendary Talent, Knowledge Ball, David's feelings were extremely complicated. Indeed, this talent was very useful. Once he learned it, he would no longer have to worry about being besieged. After all, every blade within 80 kilometers had its own attack power. However, this Blade Domain, Legendary Talent, was a far cry from the inheritance of faith. He did not lack in battle methods, not to mention that he had the Black Dragon Alexis by his side. In terms of safety, he did not have to worry. What David needed the most was the inheritance of faith. However, all of this was just a fantasy. If he did not have it, then so be it. While thinking, he transferred the knowledge ball of Blade Domain, legendary rank talent, into his soul space. Fortunately, David's soul had reached the legendary rank. Otherwise, he could only watch this talent that could only be learned at the legendary rank. The Blade Domain, legendary talent, knowledge ball entered the small world of Abel's soul space and turned into a talent pattern. After the Blade Domain, legendary talent, knowledge ball completely disappeared, David focused his attention on the Blade Domain pattern. Strange fluctuations began to appear beside him in the training space. "Lord Arthur, please control your power," the black dragon Alexis hurriedly reminded. David was shocked and dispersed the Blade Domain. Only then did he remember that he was still in the training space. Although the training space was strengthened by the Space Anchor Stone, it was still unable to withstand the attack of the legendary rank. "Lord Arthur, congratulations on obtaining a domain." The black dragon Alexis naturally discovered what David was about to activate after the fluctuations just now. It smiled and congratulated him. The black dragon Alexis was no longer surprised or excited about David's improvement. This was because everything about David had already refreshed its understanding of him. A 20-year-old legendary rank. The black dragon Alexis could not describe its complicated feelings. In the black dragon race, a 20-year-old was the age of a child. Now that he had grasped the peak of the legendary rank's domain, according to the legendary rank's strength, any legendary who had a domain would be a peak legendary. This was because after obtaining a domain, one could use the power of the domain to reach the demigod realm. "Alexis, I remember you said that as long as I form a domain, I can try to become a demigod. Now that I have the Blade Domain, does that mean that I have met the requirements?" David recalled the teachings of the black dragon Alexis and asked, "Blade Domain?" The black dragon Alexis seemed to be recalling. It quickly continued, "I have never heard of such a domain. When you have time, find a place to use it. I want to observe it for a while. However, you have grasped the rule of strength and speed. If you can form these two rule domains, or go one step further and combine them into a new rule domain, that would be the best choice." The black dragon Alexis' expectations of David were getting higher and higher. It no longer just wanted David to continuously improve himself. Instead, it wanted David to become stronger even among those of the same level. The black dragon Alexis had never heard of the Blade Domain. In its opinion, all domains were inferior to the basic rule domain. It just so happened that David had grasped the basic rule, and two of them at that. With such a strong foundation, why not try the strongest rule domain to build a solid foundation for the future? David believed in the black dragon Alexis and nodded in agreement. "Then there's no need to rush. My actual strength is still insufficient. I'll consider this problem when my actual strength reaches the legendary level." "Lord Arthur, this is the best choice." The black dragon Alexis was also very happy that David had listened to its advice. It was still worried that David would lose his ability to judge because the increase in strength was right in front of him. It should be known that not everyone could resist the temptation of the demigod realm. Becoming a demigod was equivalent to having the strongest combat power in the world. As long as one did not go near the shrines of the true gods, even the gods would not be able to do anything to a demigod. A demigod was the highest realm that could remain in the main world. Even the weakest god would be affected by the rules of the main world and would be strongly suppressed in the main world. Therefore, the gods would create their own small world and place themselves in it to influence the main world through various means. For example, the 5 gods of the great world of God were able to exert their power on the main world through the shrines, oracles, and mobile artifacts that were spread all over the world. The other gods had it even harder. For example, even if the god of death was awakened, his influence on the main world was limited. Chapter 965. A demigod already had part of the strength of a god, but they could use their body to walk in the main world without being bound by the rules of the main world. This strength was almost the strongest in the main world, and it was also the reason why the 5 gods of the great world of God did not want to have a legendary knight. Once a legendary knight had a domain and became a demigod, it would threaten the 5 gods' invincibility in the great world of God. Of course, so many people dreamed of becoming gods, and even demigods wanted to become gods. Gods naturally had their own unparalleled advantages. Gods had endless life, and even the giant dragons could not compare to them. The giant dragons of the giant dragons would increase their lifespan as their strength increased, but they could not live forever. Only gods could have endless life, provided that their faith was not extinguished. This was also the weakness of gods. However, this point alone was enough to make any creature crazy, not to mention the terrifying strength of gods. The gods here referred to gods who became gods through faith, and those who became gods through their own strength were not included. Take the black dragon Alexis for example. He was also a god, but he was recognized by the great world of God. Even the Bug Clan god-level existences were able to move freely in the Bug Clan world due to the combination of faith and personal strength. Only when they entered other worlds would they feel a strong suppression. That was the repulsion of other worlds towards god-level existences that did not belong to this world. David was a little special. First of all, he was still young. Even if the age of his 2 lives were added together, it was not enough to make him fear death. Secondly, his battle angel skeleton provided him with an endless supply of indestructible life force. With the indestructible life force, his life would always be young. As long as he was not killed, immortality was not a problem for him. Therefore, David could calmly face the temptation of becoming a demigod. He could consider becoming a stronger demigod instead of using the blade domain to level up. David sighed and said, "It's a pity that I didn't get the inheritance of faith this time. It seems that I still have to find the sleeping evil god." David was still brooding over the fact that he couldn't extract the faith inheritance from the soul of the legendary insectoid. He felt that his luck wasn't good enough for him to miss such a good opportunity. Isn't the inheritance of faith still in the legendary rank Bug Clan's body? Didn't you ask me to bring the body back for the inheritance of faith? Black Dragon Alexis asked, a little confused. When the Black Dragon Alexis attacked the legendary rank Bug Clan, he had already felt the Emperor inheritance pattern in the body of the legendary rank Bug Clan. That was why he put the body of the legendary rank Bug Clan's body in the space pendant as quickly as possible. Black Dragon Alexis sensed that the Emperor inheritance rune did not belong to this legendary Zerg. This inheritance rune was very important to the Zerg, and it was also the reason why the Zerg god went crazy. What? Faith inheritance is in the body of a legendary stage insectoid? David almost cried out in surprise. David excitedly looked into the space pendant and scanned the body of the legendary rank Bug Clan. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he scanned, he could not find any trace of it. Alexis, where is the inheritance of faith that you mentioned? David calmed down and asked Black Dragon Alexis. He knew that his realm was still too low. It would be difficult for him to recognize such a level of inheritance even if it was placed in front of him. Black Dragon Alexis paused and looked at David's expression. Sir Arthur, there are 2 options for you to obtain the inheritance of faith. One is to wait for my soul to recover and extract the inheritance of faith from the legendary rank Bug Clan's body. David naturally shook his head. Although Black Dragon Alexis said that it would take at least 100 years to recover most of his soul, he could not wait that long. What's the other option? He asked directly without thinking. The Black Dragon Alexis smiled and said, "The second option is something that only you can do, and that is to resurrect the legendary Zerg and control it to transfer its inheritance to you." The owner of the Emperor Inheritance rune was the God-level insectoid. In order to transfer the Emperor Inheritance rune to another person, unless there was a God-level insectoid with the same strength as the God-level insectoid, the only way was for the second owner, the legendary level insectoid, to take the initiative to transfer it. Perhaps even the God-level insectoids wouldn't believe it. The legendary level insectoids were already dead, so how could they transfer their inheritance runes on their own accord? The insectoid god-tier powerhouse also sensed the black dragon Alexis's condition. The fact that its soul was heavily damaged could not be hidden from such a god-tier powerhouse. Therefore, even though the Emperor-class inheritance rune had been taken away by the legendary rank insectoid's corpse, the god-level insectoid wasn't worried that David would be able to obtain it. This also had to do with the direction that David had escaped in. If David had escaped in the direction of Tulastar, the god-level insectoid would have to consider the possibility of the great world of God's gods making a move. Therefore, the insectoid's large-scale attack was partly to take revenge on David's surprise attack that killed the legendary level insectoid, and partly to listen to the orders of the god-level insectoid to take back the Emperor Inheritance rune. Let's use this method. David's eyes lit up. He didn't need to think too much about resurrecting the legendary level insectoid. It was too easy. After saying this, he looked at his surroundings. This wasn't a suitable place. Why don't we go to the great world of God and find a place to resurrect the legendary level insectoid? David still consulted the black dragon Alexis when it came to God-level matters. Based on my judgment, this faith inheritance can't appear in the great world of God. Otherwise, it might be taken back by the God-level insectoid. The black dragon Alexis was very knowledgeable and reminded him. David nodded. He immediately thought of a good place. With a thought, he appeared in another space. This was the death space, which was originally the space within the divine artifact space card. This death space had been modified by the death god, and its maximum capacity could reach god level. It wouldn't be a problem to resurrect legendary level insectoids. Feeling the death energy that still filled the space, David felt very helpless. He wasn't strong enough and couldn't modify this space. The black dragon Alexis's soul was injured and couldn't modify this space either. Therefore, this space was empty and useless. Today, there were no living creatures in the death space. Even the soul energy of the skeletons from before had been absorbed by David, and they were all broken bones. David summoned the shadow attendant. With a thought, he found a golden soul origin in the shadow attendant. The difference between this golden soul origin and the level 5 soul origin was in the depth and size of the golden color. The level 5 soul origin's golden color wasn't as bright and was much smaller. However, when David introduced the legendary soul origin into his soul space, the transformation process was no different from the level 5 soul origin. It just took a little longer. As the legendary soul origin was successfully transformed into a legendary soul doppelganger, David immediately felt that his thinking speed had increased significantly. If it wasn't for the fact that the legendary soul doppelganger was related to the faith inheritance, David didn't want to let the legendary soul doppelganger leave his soul space. Of course, even if the legendary soul origin entered the body of the legendary arachnid, he could still call it back at any time. However, the consequence of calling back the legendary soul doppelganger was that the legendary arachnid would become a living corpse and lose all ability to move. David's spirit entered the space pendant. He wondered if the black dragon Alexis had considered reviving the legendary arachnid when it killed it. Therefore, only the heart of the legendary arachnid's corpse was damaged, and there were no other injuries. One must know that the black dragon Alexis had grabbed the neck of the legendary arachnid, and then used force to shake its heart. If it hadn't done it deliberately, it wouldn't have been just the heart that was damaged. David didn't bother to ask. As long as the result was good, it was fine. He stimulated an undying life force into the heart of the legendary arachnid, and then took out the corpse of the legendary arachnid. When the corpse of the legendary arachnid was taken out, the undying life force immediately displayed a powerful healing effect, and the broken heart was quickly repaired. David punched out at the right time, and lightning flashed on his fist. He used this punch to send a bolt of lightning into the heart of the legendary arachnid, and the huge heart suddenly shook. The life force of the arachnid was extremely strong, and with such a stimulation, the heart was immediately activated. Green blood flowed in the legendary arachnid's body, and vitality reappeared in the huge body of the arachnid. David didn't hesitate, and the legendary soul doppelganger that originated from the legendary arachnid entered the body of the legendary arachnid. From the legendary arachnid's body, energy continuously gathered to the head, and combined with the legendary soul doppelganger to form a new soul. More information flowed into the soul, and David received a lot of information and combat ability of the legendary arachnid. David's mind was in the legendary arachnid's soul, and he felt all kinds of information that were related to the legendary arachnid's combat ability in the future. He didn't want to spend so much energy just to leave the resurrected legendary arachnid in the space. Just as David was sensing, in the legendary arachnid's soul space, golden light spots flew up and slowly condensed into a pattern. He recognized at a glance that it was the edge domain pattern. David didn't expect that the legendary arachnid's innate ability, which he obtained from the legendary arachnid's soul, would automatically be reborn after the legendary arachnid's resurrection. In fact, this was very easy to understand. The peak of the legendary arachnid could have a domain talent, and under normal circumstances, it would take at least a few decades for the legendary arachnid to comprehend it on its own. However, in the Emperor inheritance pattern, the legendary arachnid had added the edge domain talent, and as long as the strength of the legendary arachnid reached the peak of the legendary arachnid, it would automatically have this talent. David also knew the species of this legendary arachnid. Because the legendary arachnid in front of him was over 100 meters long, and its original shell was all destroyed, and all the shells were reborn later on, no one could tell the species of this legendary arachnid. This was a blade mantis king, but at this time, its appearance was almost impossible to tell the form of a mantis. "Alexis, can you teach me your ability to shrink my body?" David asked the black dragon Alexis. Now, the relationship between him and the black dragon Alexis was no longer just a master-servant relationship, so he used a questioning tone instead of an order. "You won't have the chance to learn it if you want, but this legendary arachnid can learn it." The black dragon Alexis didn't want to hide it, and this ability was only a support ability. Besides, he had even given the black dragon's heritage cultivation method, the black dragon's hibernation, so this little ability was nothing. The ability to shrink one's body had a very high requirement. Even though David's body had been strengthened countless times, it was still only level 5, and not at the legendary arachnid level. Needless to say, how could a human's body be compared to a dragon's? On the other hand, the Blade Mantis King's body had reached the legendary arachnid level. The arachnid's body was already very strong, and the arachnid god level had chosen it because of its potential. In fact, the Blade Mantis King was chosen by the arachnid god level because they were of the same race. Even the arachnids had their own selfish motive. They wanted to use this opportunity to produce another god-level arachnid for the Blade Mantis race. Of course, a better explanation was that it was for the Blade domain. The other races couldn't master the Blade domain, which was exclusive to the Blade Mantis. The Black Dragon Alexis passed a spiritual knowledge ball to the Blade Mantis King. David controlled the Blade Mantis King to use its mind to touch the spiritual knowledge ball, and an ability on how to shrink one's body appeared in the Blade Mantis King's mind. Because the Black Dragon Alexis's memory was very comprehensive, including its experience in using this ability, David controlled the Blade Mantis King for only 10 minutes. He made the Blade Mantis King's body shrink rapidly until it was smaller than the black dragon Alexis's kitten form. David was relieved. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to summon the 100-meter-long Blade Mantis King. After doing all this, he calmed down and began to sense the inheritance that the black dragon Alexis had mentioned. Fortunately, the Blade Mantis King's soul was its original soul. Although the soul had been assimilated by David's soul space, it was still recognized by the Emperor-level inheritance pattern. David sensed the golden pattern on the Blade Mantis King's body. It wasn't a divine pattern, and it wasn't any pattern that he was familiar with. The golden pattern was so complicated that it didn't seem like something that could be created by intelligent life. Every line of the golden pattern was magnified to reveal countless smaller golden lines. When these golden lines were magnified, he could see the complicated patterns that densely covered them. The complexity of the entire Emperor-level inheritance pattern was beyond imagination. Even the most complicated divine pattern David had ever seen couldn't compare to this pattern. Chapter 966. Through the soul of the Blade Mantis King, David could feel the connection between the royal inheritance rune and the Blade Mantis King's soul. He felt that the royal inheritance rune seemed to be bound to the Blade Mantis King. What he needed to do was to transfer this binding relationship to his main body. In the process, he also discovered another divine sense. David guessed that this was the God-level insectoid God-level's consciousness. Through this God-level insectoid God-level's consciousness, he could control the Emperor-level inheritance rune. Due to the uniqueness of the Death Dimension, David could use the Divine Item Space card to completely isolate the Death Dimension from the outside world. This made the connection between the God-level bug's consciousness and the God-level bug's consciousness, which was not in the same world, even weaker. This consciousness was just a consciousness used to recognize a master. The God-level bug probably didn't think that the royal inheritance pattern would be lost, so it didn't leave a consciousness with the ability to think on its own. In fact, many gods would leave a consciousness with the ability to think on its own. On one hand, this consciousness was extremely important to the gods. If too much of it was left in the outside world, it would affect their own strength. On the other hand, as long as there was a consciousness, it could prevent non-gods from stealing it. Even if a consciousness with the ability to think on its own was left behind, it could be easily erased by a god-level master. However, the god-level bug never thought that there would be another situation. David had the god-level hypnosis talent. Perhaps he couldn't hypnotize a consciousness with the ability to think on its own, but he could hypnotize a consciousness with the royal inheritance pattern. David's main body pointed his finger lightly, and a spirit wave shot towards the Blade Mantis King. Under his control, the Blade Mantis King didn't put up any defense, and it even took the initiative to let the hypnotize the Emperor-level inheritance pattern in its body. The hypnosis wave locked onto the god-level bug's consciousness on the royal inheritance pattern. The consciousness didn't resist, and soon, David felt his consciousness being hypnotized. He controlled the consciousness to fly out of the royal inheritance pattern and out of the Blade Mantis King's body. "Alexis, take care of this," David said to the black dragon Alexis. The black dragon Alexis was naturally very willing to do this. This was something that could help him recover his soul, especially for this kind of hypnotized consciousness. It would only wake up from the hypnotic state when it was absorbed, and by then it would be too late. What awaited the consciousness would be the consequences of being devoured. After eliminating the god-level insectoid's consciousness, the Emperor Inheritance rune was left with only one owner, the Blade Mantis King. David controlled the Blade Mantis King to transfer the inheritance pattern to his body. In the Death Dimension, a golden pattern flew out of the Blade Mantis King and into David's body. Then, it disappeared into David's body. David's body used his mind to imprint his own imprint on the royal inheritance pattern, making it truly and completely his. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief. After a period of calculation, although there were some twists and turns in the process, and he was almost killed by the god-level insectoid, he had finally obtained this extremely important inheritance. When the black dragon Alexis devoured the consciousness, the god-level insectoid on the other side of the portal suddenly felt its consciousness disappear. The disappearance of this little bit of consciousness had almost no effect on the god-level insectoid, but the god-level insectoid knew very well what it meant. Roar! The god-level insectoid let out an angry roar. The terrifying sound waves combined with the rage caused all the insectoids in a large area with the insectoid gods at the center to explode and die. The god-level insectoid did not care much about accidentally injuring its own kind. It did not even care about the other insectoid. To the insectoids, it was extremely normal for a god-level insectoid to want their life. The god-level insectoid woke up from its anger and immediately gave out an order. David's image was transmitted to the minds of every insectoid that entered the great world of God. David's presence was even recorded in the genes of the insectoid. In the future, wherever the insectoids appeared, any insectoid that sensed David's presence would fight to the death with him. In addition, the insectoids that attacked the Guardian planet were also obviously of a higher level. More level 4 and level 5 insectoids were sent to the Guardian planet. The insectoids that came out of the portal were mostly level 4 insectoids, except for a small number of level 5 insectoid. The mission that the insectoids received was to kill David at all costs and bring back David's body. This was also the only chance for the god-level insectoid to retrieve the emperor-level inheritance rune. If it were not for the suppression of the world's rules, the god-level insectoids would have personally gone after David. David did not know about the insectoid's plan. He was currently letting the Blade Mantis King return to its original size of 100 meters. The Blade Mantis King did not need David's command to fight. This was because its battle instincts were still in its body. David ordered the Blade Mantis King to activate its blade zone. Within a range of 8,000 meters, countless blades appeared. The aura on these blades was terrifying. The attack power of each blade exceeded the power of a level 5 Holy Knight. To be honest, when David saw the Blade Mantis King use its blade zone, he felt that he had underestimated this legendary talent. Even the Black Dragon Alexis could not help but nod. It was obvious that it was very impressed by this talent. Lord Arthur, if it weren't for the fact that you've mastered the law of strength and the law of speed, I would have suggested that you use the blade domain to ascend to become a demigod. Such an area of effect attack is extremely rare. Black Dragon Alexis laughed. David noticed that the Blade Mantis King's mental power range was only 8,000 meters. It was only 1/10 of his own mental power range. The Blade Mantis King was a true legendary, and it was at the peak of the legendary rank. However, its mental power range was only this small. Alexis, why is the mental power range of the Blade Mantis King a little abnormal? David asked Black Dragon Alexis. Black Dragon Alexis was slightly stunned. As a close combat insectoid with a special talent, the mental power range of the Blade Mantis King was normal. If it was a legendary who specialized in mental power, its mental power range would only be around 10,000 meters. However, Black Dragon Alexis quickly understood that David was comparing himself to the Blade Mantis King. Black Dragon Alexis explained helplessly, "Lord Arthur, your soul space has merged with a small world. Your mental power range is not normal." David nodded and asked the Blade Mantis King to withdraw its blade zone. After all, it was not released by his main body. As he was not familiar enough with the Blade Mantis King's body, he did not have a good understanding of it. He activated the blade zone in his soul space. Then, with him as the center, a dense number of blades appeared in a radius of 80,000 meters. Unfortunately, it seemed that due to David's own strength, the combat power of each blade was only at the peak of a level 5 Holy Temple Knight. However, David's strongest attack was not limited to these. His strongest attack was to mobilize the small world's power rule and release an attack that merged with part of the small world's matter. Although the current blade domain was already sufficiently powerful, it still wasn't enough to satisfy David. Who was his current enemy? The Grim Reaper and the Bug Clan deity were both David's enemies. With the attack of the blade domain, he couldn't harm these two deities at all. David did not dare to approach the shrines. If the shrines discovered his abnormality in the future, he would become the target of the 5 gods. He needed a stronger attack, and this attack power was not worth his joy. However, the Blade Zone also had its advantages. Because it was a zone ability, this attack did not have any trace of physical attack, nor did it have any fluctuations of mental attack. It was more like an attack of the rules. That was the truth. Although David had not mastered the Blade Mantis's inherent rule, the Blade Rule, through the knowledge ball of the Blade Domain legendary talent, he had directly obtained the final version of the Blade Rule, the Blade Domain Totem. David looked at the time. It had been 4 hours. He decided to finish the last task and return to the Guardian planet. He waved his hand to summon the Shadow Attendant. He pressed one hand on the Shadow Attendant's shoulder. Then, the Shadow Attendant transferred the soul energy from the Blade Mantis King into his soul space. Now, in David's soul space, the small world was changing every day. Through the illusion, there were almost 100 generations of indigenous people. The number of indigenous people was even more shocking. Although they could not be everywhere in the small world, they were constantly changing the small world. It was believed that after a while, the small world would be completely developed, and the number of indigenous people would reach the limit of the small world. Let's not talk about the future. Even now, David rarely needed to absorb and fuse soul energy. This was because the soul energy of a rank 5 powerhouse was nothing to him. The spiritual energy that was produced in his small world every day was comparable to the soul energy of a rank 5 powerhouse, and it was constantly increasing. In the future, the rate of increase of soul energy would increase, and his need for soul energy would be even lower. If the Blade Mantis King was not at the legendary rank, David would not have thought of absorbing the soul energy of a legendary rank. This was the first time he had absorbed the soul energy of a legendary rank. This time there was no special effect, and there was no rain or fog. The small world was peaceful, and there was almost no change. If there was a change, it would be when the Blade Mantis King's soul energy entered the small world in his soul space. The soul energy in the small world became denser, and it also increased his mental power. David shook his head. It was unlikely that he would be able to nourish his soul space with soul energy like before. The soul energy of a legendary rank was just like that. Was he going to have to kill and absorb soul energy? He let the Shadow Attendant activate the attribute panel and found that his mental power had increased from 11 to 11.05. A soul at the peak of the legendary rank had only increased his mental power by 0.05. However, when David tried to open up his mental power easily rushed through 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers, and only stopped when it reached 100 kilometers. My mental power range has increased again, David said in disbelief. He had many talents, and their range was related to his mental power range. An increase in mental power range meant an increase in his talent ability. He was already in disbelief when he reached 80 kilometers. After absorbing the soul energy of a legendary rank, his mental power range had increased again. The Black Dragon Alexis was also speechless, but it could only explain to David, "Lord Arthur, every time your soul energy increases, your control of the small world in your soul space will increase. This increase is reflected in the increase of your mental power range. When the bald god created the shadow attendant, he probably did not expect a situation like David's. Although the shadow attendant could absorb soul energy, it was not that easy to absorb soul energy. If the followers of the evil gods wanted some souls of civilians, they would have to bribe the nobles and choose the most inconspicuous place on a remote planet. After that, they would have to hand over the scapegoat to the nobles. If the followers of the evil gods dared to kill humans in public to obtain souls, what awaited them would be the crazy attacks of the shrines. Take the god of death for example. Because he was too crazy, he suffered the crazy revenge of the shrines. Almost all of his followers in the secular world were exterminated. The shrines did not leave some followers of the evil gods behind because they were unable to exterminate them. Without the followers of the evil gods, whether it was the knight, the shrine's priests, or the night priests, they would not have a target. Then, the night would become enemies and kill each other, which would waste their strength. In order to train the soldiers and give the knight something to do, the shrines acquiesced to the existence of some of the followers of the evil gods. But even so, massacring humans to collect souls was strictly forbidden. The bald god created the shadow attendant to study the application of souls. The bald god had never thought of absorbing soul energy through the shadow attendant. David, on the other hand, relied on the shadow attendant. Ever since the Interstellar Federation, he had been constantly absorbing soul energy. When he was in the Interstellar Federation, he was an elite of the Academy. He was the Kaji of the military. Through participating in wars and killing enemies, he obtained a large amount of soul energy. In the great world of God, he was a noble, a knight, and a side of justice. Although the shrines had some complaints about David's actions, as his influence increased, such complaints had long disappeared. The fundamental difference between David and the followers of the evil gods was his identity. Noble, persecuted, and vengeful. Although his actions were extreme, they were not seen as evil. Return to the Guardian planet. I want to test the effect of the Emperor Inheritance rune. Because the Death Dimension blocked the entry of the power of faith, David could not train here. He put away the Blade Mantis King and said to the Black Dragon Alexis. Chapter 967. When David came out of the death space, he immediately felt that something was different from before. Previously, due to the special shielding of the death space, the power of faith could not reach him. Now, the power of faith was once again lingering around him, and it was being absorbed by the Imperial Inheritance pattern. The Imperial Inheritance pattern was absorbing the power of faith at an extremely fast speed. The power of faith was absorbed almost as soon as it appeared. However, even though the power of faith was being absorbed by the Imperial Inheritance pattern, David still felt that the power of faith was many times more than before. It was as if his power of faith had increased by tens or even hundreds of times. David was a little confused. He did not know what had happened. Since he was only a level 5 Knight of the Temple, he did not have the ability to trace the source of the power of faith. Alexis, did you notice any changes in my power of faith? David asked Black Dragon Alexis to confirm that he was not mistaken. Lord Arthur, why is your power of faith so dense? This is very abnormal. Black Dragon Alexis sensed, and could not help but feel strange. David mobilized all of his calculation and analysis ability and began to think about the source of the power of faith. The Knight of the Great World of God was the original source of his faith. After he received the title of Invincible Knight, he truly received the power of faith of the Knights. After that, it was the soldiers of the Interstellar Federation. David confirmed this on the small scout ship. The Federation spared no effort in promoting him, especially after he became the Invincible Knight. This part of the power of faith was added later. Although David did not know how much there was, the overall ratio would not change much. It was about half of the power of faith of the Knight. This was probably related to the fact that the people of the Interstellar Federation did not have any faith. Even if they worshipped someone, they would not be able to generate much faith. However, the power of faith added up was not enough to increase the power of faith in a short period of time. No matter how much the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation promoted, it would not be able to increase the power of faith by so much in such a short period of time. One must know that David had only been in the space for a few hours. How could there be such a big change in such a short time? David thought back to the changes he had undergone in the past few hours. He now had Blade Domain, which increased his combat ability and had nothing to do with this. The increase in soul energy and spiritual range shouldn't have anything to do with faith. The only thing related to faith was the Emperor Inheritance Rune. When David noticed the Emperor Inheritance Rune, a guess arose in his heart. Alexis, can you feel the power of faith in my body? What's the difference between the total amount of power of faith in the Blade Mantis King when we were in front of the portal? David asked the Black Dragon Alexis. The Black Dragon Alexis felt the power of faith in David's body and recalled the scene when he killed the Blade Mantis King. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Lord Arthur, how can the total amount of power of faith in your body be denser than that of the Blade Mantis King? The Black Dragon Alexis asked in confusion. This didn't make sense at all. The power of faith was an extremely important high-end resource in any world. The reason why there were so few titled knights in the great world of God was because once a titled knight was conferred, the power of faith in the great world of God would be shared to a certain extent. Although the faith of a titled knight wasn't strong and was only concentrated among knights and nobles, the influence of this group of people was still great. A long-term faith would slowly affect the people around them. This was the case in the great world of God, and it was the same in the Zerg world. How could the Zerg race, who originally believed in the Blade Mantis King, change their faith to David, a raider? Could it be that the Zerg race's faith isn't directed towards a specific Zerg race, but towards the Emperor Inheritance Rune? David muttered to himself. That's highly possible. The Black Dragon Alexis couldn't help but nod in agreement. The Zerg race, especially the low-level ones, had extremely low intelligence. The Zerg race might be able to add faith to the genes of the low-level Zerg race, but it was extremely troublesome to constantly change the target of their faith. Moreover, even if there was such a method, it would be too much work compared to the Zerg race's huge population. It would be very difficult to achieve. In fact, after the Zerg race had killed all the living beings in their world and only the Zerg race was left, the original Queen Mother ruled the world. This powerful Zerg race had conquered many worlds and obtained various god-tier cultivation methods. She had created a solution to the Zerg race's difficulty in producing god-tier beings. Originally, the Zerg race only had a small number of Imperial bloodline Zergs. They could only become god-tier through endless battles and countless tests of life and death. The probability was so low that the Zerg race didn't even have a single god-tier being for tens of thousands of years. The original Queen Mother used the Zerg race's rules to select Zergs with Imperial bloodline within the Zerg race to create the Imperial Inheritance Rune. All the Zergs only needed to believe in the Imperial Inheritance Rune. They didn't need to believe in any particular Zerg race. This solved the problem of faith. The Imperial Inheritance Rune didn't need to be cultivated by the Zerg race. The Imperial Inheritance Rune operated automatically and converted the power of faith into godly power. It used the godly power to increase the speed of cultivation. Originally, only god-tier Zergs had godly power. If a young Imperial bloodline Zerg had godly power, how fast would the Imperial bloodline Zerg race grow? The dangerous and unpredictable cultivation became a safe cultivation that only required the power of faith to continuously improve. The Zerg race only needed to continuously search for more resources to increase the number of Zergs and ensure the source of the power of faith. Of course, the rules of the world didn't allow too many god tiers to appear. The number of Imperial Inheritance runes in the Zerg race was maintained at close to 10. It could be said that the appearance of an Imperial Inheritance rune in the Zerg race was a new god tier being added to the Zerg race. On the other hand, the loss of an Imperial Inheritance rune in the Zerg race meant the loss of a god tier Zerg race. The god tier Zerg that lost the Imperial Inheritance rune would slowly weaken until they completely fell out of god tier or even demigod tier. One had to know that losing the Imperial Inheritance rune meant losing the source of the power of faith. The Imperial Inheritance rune was indeed very powerful. It turned the complicated god tier cultivation process into an automatic one. It allowed the Zerg race, who didn't have much intelligence to begin with, to have the power of faith to become a god. The low-level Zergs that were originally ordered to attack the Guardian planet received a new order. The more powerful level 4 Zergs would take over the attack. Other than a portion of the low-level Zergs that had already chased after the Zerg race, the rest of the low-level Zergs still stayed behind the portal. These low-level insectoids instinctively began to pray, constantly producing faith power. This was what the low-level insectoids had been doing for their entire lives. However, they didn't know that their faith was being transmitted to the same world as them, the human who had the Emperor Inheritance rune. Of course, to the low-level Zergs, they couldn't think about this. They could only pray to the Imperial Inheritance rune. Since the Imperial Inheritance rune absorbed the power of faith very quickly, it was also constantly producing godly power. Under the effect of the Imperial Inheritance rune, the godly power spread throughout David's body and strengthened every part of his body. David realized that during this process, his mind had to be focused on his body because every body was different. Even the Zerg race's body was very different. The Imperial Inheritance rune required his mind to guide the godly power to strengthen. Just like how David didn't have an outer shell, he didn't need to continuously strengthen his skin. Of course, if he wanted to transform his skin into a Zerg shell, he could continue to strengthen his skin. Of course, this was impossible. Although the godly power had this ability, David couldn't accept it. David also realized that his bones didn't need to be strengthened. When the godly power was applied to his bones, there was no reaction. It was like a drop of water falling into the sea. This wasn't hard to understand. His bones came from the Battle Angel. After the Battle Angel was crushed by the time and space turbulence, the bones were still there. It could be seen that the bones were far stronger than a normal god's body. Just as David felt his body continue to improve, and he was thinking about how long it would take for him to become a legendary rank from a 5th-level Temple Knight, he felt a strong hunger. David hadn't felt this for a long time. After he became a 5th-level Temple Knight, his body could absorb the energy of space to replenish itself. If it wasn't for his instincts, and he didn't want to be too different from a normal person, he wouldn't have to eat for a long time. He could survive just by absorbing the energy. From David's point of view, it seemed that he would never be able to truly experience the feeling of hunger. Who knew that the hunger would be so strong today? David used his mind to scan the space pendant, and a big bag of food appeared in his hand. It was all food that his energy clone had cooked in his spare time. He took a bite of a delicious smoked fish, and half of it was bitten off. Then he ate the rest of the smoked fish in his second bite. He didn't even need to chew. With his current body, the smoked fish was completely crushed by the peristalsis of his stomach. David threw a big piece of beef into his mouth, and then he stuffed all kinds of food into his mouth. But this speed of eating still made him feel hungry, and the hunger was still increasing. When the Blade Mantis King ascended from level 5 to legendary, it absorbed the flesh and souls of tens of millions of insectoids into its body to complete the process of ascending to legendary. David's food was really a drop in the bucket. He quickly realized this. Although he was suffering from the torment of hunger, his mind was not affected in guiding the divine power. This was all thanks to his soul avatar, which allowed him to rely on only one soul avatar to guide the divine power. It would not affect him in doing other things. David had a great advantage in this regard. The Blade Mantis King was always focused when it was training, and he didn't dare to be distracted. David gave up on eating the food. Although the food was extremely delicious, the nutrients were not enough to support his needs. Fortunately, this was the headquarters of the Interstellar Federation. He stood up and went to the logistics department. Although David wasn't a soldier of the Federation, as the representative of the great world of God, he had a certain level of authority. He couldn't use weapons and equipment, but he could use some of the nutrient solutions. "Lord Arthur, what do you need?" The head of the logistics department came in front of David and saluted. "I need the most concentrated nutrient solution." David resisted the hunger and said with a natural smile on his face, "How much do you need? We have nutrient solutions here. Each nutrient solution can be made into 1,000 standard nutrient solutions." The head of the logistics department said with a smile. The main reason was that David's identity was a bit awkward. A lot of the military's sensitive resources couldn't be used, but they couldn't say it out loud either. Any words or actions of the head of the logistics department could affect the relationship between the great world of God and the Interstellar Federation. After a period of publicity, every soldier in the military now knew about Lord Arthur's position in the great world of God. No matter how harsh or difficult the request was, the head of the logistics department had to try his best to satisfy it. "Give me 100 kilograms first." David didn't know how much he needed, so he said casually. The head of the logistics department didn't hesitate at all. Let alone 100 kilograms of nutrient solution, even if David wanted to move all the nutrient solution here, it wouldn't be a problem. After all, the transportation route had been smooth recently. As long as he applied, a new batch of materials would arrive in half a day at most. The head of the logistics department personally moved 10 sealed steel bottles. Each bottle was 10 kilograms and placed them in front of David. David picked up one of the sealed steel bottles impatiently and opened it. This action made the head of the logistics department's face twitch uncontrollably, and he put some distance between himself and David. This sealed steel bottle required professional tools to open. It was sealed with special steel, but in David's hands, this thing was like a paper package. David picked up the sealed steel bottle and poured the nutrient solution into his mouth like drinking water. The head of the logistics department wanted to stop him, but when he thought of David's strength, he could only keep his hand on his ID bracelet. If there was a problem, he could call the medics over immediately. As the nutrient solution entered his stomach, David felt his hunger lessen by a lot. It had to be known that this nutrient solution only needed 100 grams per serving. It could be blended into 1,000 standard nutrient solutions, and one standard nutrient solution could satisfy the needs of a soldier for one meal. With one gulp, David could satisfy the needs of nearly 10,000 soldiers. Probably only the technology of the Interstellar Federation could satisfy David's needs at this moment. If he used food from the great world of God, even if he ate all the food in his dimensional pendant, it would still be far from enough to satisfy his needs. David was at the logistics department, drinking the nutrient solution mouthful by mouthful. Chapter 968. Within David's body, the divine power generated by the Emperor Inheritance rune was automatically converted into the energy that a level 5 constitution needed the most. Due to the support of sufficient nutrients, his constitution was rapidly strengthening. His training had long since broken away from the knight's training, and had little to do with a level 5 knight temple. The increase in the strength of a young black dragon was the increase in his constitution. David enjoyed the extreme speed of his training. He was a fake young black dragon, but from the nature of his soul, bloodline, and training method, he was a real young black dragon. Perhaps even the black dragon Alexis could not imagine the limits of David's constitution. David's state would not have appeared during the era of the dragons. During the era of the dragons, any life form that dared to absorb the soul origin of a black dragon would be hunted down by the black dragon. Not to mention, the black dragon would have to take the initiative to place its bloodline in their body. These actions were not allowed by the dragon race. Only in this era where the dragon race had disappeared from the great world of God would a special young black dragon like David appear. To be honest, using divine power to increase the strength of a level 5 life form was too extravagant. Even the 5 gods of the great world of God would not do such a thing. It must be known that this conversion rate was not worth it. Billions of devout believers had generated the power of faith, but it was only enough to maintain David's training needs. How much of the nutrient solution stock is left? David noticed that the nutrient solution stock was being consumed a little too quickly, so he asked the dumbfounded logistics supervisor. There are still 900 kilograms of stock left. The logistics supervisor came back to his senses and replied, "Then bring it all to me." David was delighted and said with a smile. This time, the head of the logistics department called for 2 armored soldiers to bring over the 900 kilograms of nutrient solution stock solution they needed. "Thank you." As David spoke, he scanned the nutrient solution with his spirit and stored it in his space pendant. He didn't stay there for long. He felt that his body was about to change. Although this was a federal military base, it couldn't withstand the power of a legendary. After David left, the head of the logistics department used his trembling hands to enter the whereabouts of the 1,000 kilograms of nutrient solution stock on the logistics list and made an explanation at the end. On the way to the command room, David was already regretting that he had started to fuse with the Emperor inheritance pattern. He was worried that he wouldn't make it in time since the vanguard of the insectoids would arrive soon. "Admiral Francis, where are the insectoids? How long before the battle begins?" Entering the command room, David asked Admiral Francis. If time didn't allow for it, David was prepared to forcefully suppress his advancement until he had time. Although his advancement was important, he was the one who invited the Federation army. It was his responsibility to deal with the powerful insectoids for the Federation army. "Lord Arthur, the insectoids are a little strange. Just 30 minutes ago, we discovered that other than the 10 million insectoids at the front, the rest of the insectoids have stopped advancing," Admiral Francis replied. David's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that 30 minutes was the time he had fused with the Emperor inheritance pattern into his body. Did the insectoids give up on the Emperor inheritance pattern? However, he quickly discarded this thought. He had fused with the Emperor inheritance pattern, so he naturally knew how important it was. The Emperor inheritance rune was an automated pathway that led directly to the god level. David believed that even in the entire bug race, there wouldn't be many of these Emperor inheritance runes. Otherwise, with the bug race's strength, they would have already swept through the various worlds. There was no way the insectoid world would give up on such an important inheritance. There was only one possibility: the insectoids would send out even stronger forces. Judging from the distance between the portal and the Guardian planet, this gave David a few more hours. The 10 million insectoids at the front didn't even need him to do anything. The Federation fleet and 2 level 5 Knight Templars were enough to deal with them. "Admiral Francis, there is a high possibility that the insectoids will increase the number of high-tier insectoid. The Federation fleet needs to be prepared," David reminded. "Lord Arthur, don't worry. The current number of ships is enough to protect the Guardian planet," Admiral Francis said confidently. David didn't explain much. This kind of thing couldn't be explained. "I need to enter space. I will activate my identity bracelet at any time. You can contact me directly if you need anything," David finally said to Admiral Francis. Admiral Francis didn't stop David. It was a good thing that David was going to space. He could attack at any time there and wouldn't have to worry about backup. The nearby airspace was covered by the Federation's signal anyway, so the identity bracelet could be used. David left the command center and then soared into the sky. He felt the constant changes in his body. The energy transformed by the divine power and the replenishment of the nutrient solution made him feel that his body was experiencing an unprecedented increase in strength. Admiral Francis operated the command screen in front of him. When David took to the air, he set David's signal to green. This signal would prevent the warship from attacking. David broke through the atmosphere of the Guardian planet. This time, he didn't summon the silver pterosaur. His aura was a little unstable, and there were constant bursts of aura around him. This was because his vitality was increasing too quickly, and he couldn't control his strength. In David's current state, only the Black Dragon Alexis didn't have to worry about being accidentally injured. After all, even if David's aura was a few times stronger, it wouldn't affect the Black Dragon Alexis at all. This is impossible. How can a human be so fast? In the command center of the carrier, a major general stared at the screen in front of him in disbelief. On the screen, the green dot representing David was moving at an extremely abnormal speed. Quickly passed through the fleet and rushed into space. "Dexter Temple Knight, can you reach this speed as well?" The Major General turned to the Knight of Dexter Temple, who was standing next to him, ready to fight at any time. "If I use an energy clone, I can probably just barely keep up," the Knight of Dexter Temple said without much confidence. The Dexter Temple Knight couldn't understand the speed displayed on the screen, so he could only make an estimate. He thought that no matter how fast Lord Arthur was, he would at most be on par with the speed of the energy clone. The Knight of Nelson Temple shook his head. He didn't say anything to discourage the Knight of Dexter Temple. In his opinion, Lord Arthur's speed was probably much faster than their energy clones. David wasn't showing off his speed. It was just that he couldn't control his speed anymore. The continuous strengthening of his physique allowed him to improve in all aspects. Naturally, this was also the case for his speed. When David was flying at full speed, his speed exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, as long as the direction was right, it wouldn't be a problem to go a little faster in space. This was also why he immediately flew into space when he sensed his condition. Since the Emperor-level inheritance rune required faith to operate, and the death dimension that could accommodate legendary rank strength couldn't enter, he could only fly into space to avoid causing harm to the surroundings. Just as David thought, every aura around him had the power of rank 5. That wasn't something the Federation's command center could withstand. David continued to fly forward until he was 500 kilometers away from the fleet behind him, then he stopped. He activated the divine artifact, Dark Shadow, and disappeared into space. The shadow space did not affect his absorption of the power of faith. David did this to prevent his advancement process from being broadcasted by the Interstellar Federation. If news of his advancement to the legendary rank was leaked, it would bring about unpredictable consequences. For a long time, the legendary rank had been a taboo in the great world of God. Apart from a few top nobles, very few people even knew about the legendary rank. David didn't want to reveal the fact that he had reached the legendary rank before he had a clear understanding of the 5 great temples' attitude towards the legendary rank. He kept pouring nutrient solution into his mouth. In a short time, he had already drunk more than 100 kilograms of nutrient solution. Black Dragon Alexis carefully checked on David's condition. This kind of advancement speed was too unbelievable for Black Dragon Alexis. He was worried that this kind of rapid advancement would negatively affect David's body. However, in his perception, David's condition was still within his control. It could only be said that the Emperor Inheritance rune was too high-end. Even Black Dragon Alexis had never seen this kind of special inheritance before. It could use the power of faith to transform into the energy required by the owner of the Emperor Inheritance rune and use this energy to strengthen oneself. This kind of method would be a huge waste of the power of faith in any other world. The most important thing was that the power of faith from other worlds was not so easy to transfer. It was impossible to let the believers believe in one God today and another God tomorrow. How could they ensure the piety of their faith? Without pious faith, where would the power of faith come from? David's body vibrated. The sound of his blood flowing through his veins, the sound of his muscles tightening and relaxing. These sounds combined to form a glorious symphony of life. This was outer space, and sound couldn't be transmitted. Therefore, only David and Black Dragon Alexis could hear this sound. Black Dragon Alexis's eyes were filled with joy. This sound meant that David's constitution had reached its current limit. He was truly at the peak of rank 5. In this short period of time, David had jumped from the high rank of the 5th rank to the peak of the 5th rank. His soul had long since reached the legendary rank, and now that he had switched to training in the Black Dragon's slumber, the legendary rank was no longer an obstacle to him. Inexplicably, David felt a burst of joy in his body. He also felt that his body had become closer to the world. Even his understanding of the law of strength and law of speed had improved a little from this joy. In that short moment, some of the secrets of the origin world were discovered by him. Unfortunately, this experience only lasted for a short period of time. As the pleasure of his body came to an end, he felt that the limits of his constitution had disappeared. His strength and speed had increased a little at this moment. It was this point that represented another realm. It meant that his body and soul had both reached the legendary rank. David wasn't too surprised by his advancement this time. Even if he didn't have the Emperor Inheritance rune, he would still be able to advance in a few years. He didn't have the time to properly appreciate the difference of being promoted to the legendary rank. The Emperor Inheritance pattern in his body continued to absorb the power of faith, but this time, it seemed that the legendary rank had truly transformed his body. He didn't feel as hungry as before. The Emperor Inheritance pattern continued to absorb the power of faith and continued to strengthen his constitution. He also needed to focus all of his soul avatar's attention on his body. The Emperor Inheritance pattern turned the power of faith into divine power, and then into the energy to strengthen the legendary rank. Under the command of David's soul avatar, this energy continued to strengthen his constitution. Even his small soul space was affected. A part of the divine power was converted into soul energy and entered the soul space, strengthening his soul in this way. David was amazed at the speed at which the insectoids were increasing their strength. He didn't know how important the Emperor Inheritance pattern was. There were less than 10 of them in a single insectoid world. Lord Arthur, be careful. The insectoids have reached the attack range of the long-range main cannons. Please retreat to a safe area. Francis sent a message through his identity bracelet. David had completed his promotion, so he naturally wouldn't stay here. He didn't want to taste the power of the main cannons of the battleships. He turned off the shadow ability of the divine weapon Dark Shadow and left the shadow space. He appeared in space. Then David returned to the fleet. It was at this time that the battleships launched their attack. It was because of David's appearance that the fleet could attack without worry. In the weapon aiming system of all the battleships, David's position was marked in green. When attacking, they would automatically avoid his position. Before, David was in stealth mode, so Francis didn't dare to give the order to attack. He was afraid that David would be in the attack range. Beams of energy shot out from not far away, but David wasn't too worried. He was very sensitive to danger. As long as the fleet didn't aim at him together, he could sense the attack in advance and dodge. In fact, there aren't many battleships that can pose a threat to David. The spaceship carriers and the giant planet destroyer cannons are the only weapons on the defense line that can threaten him. Even if the other main cannons hit him, they won't cause much damage. David suddenly realized that his growth had reached a level where, as long as the Interstellar Federation didn't send out an army-level fleet, they couldn't threaten his life. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.